Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is Tuesday, June 18th, 2019. The time is 9:05 a.m. and we are meeting in the hearing board room in Diamond Bar. We have two matters on the calendar for this morning: South Coast AQMD versus Gold Coast Baking Company, Inc., case number 6137-1, and South Coast AQMD versus D&D Disposal, Inc., doing business as West Coast Rendering Company, case number 3462-4. And I was inclined to call them in order. However, I understand, Mr. Coleman, Ms. Barrera, that you may need additional time.
Good morning, Kurt Coleman here on behalf of Gold Coast Baking Company. Yes, we're still, I apologize, I just got back from vacation on Saturday and was scrambling this weekend to put stuff together. I had put together proposed findings with numbers filled into the blanks that I had lodged proposed findings earlier with blanks. We're still verifying some of those numbers. So if we had time, I could put together hopefully a clean set of findings and get those to you before our hearing. And so I think it would make sense, if possible, for us to go second and give me the time to do that.
And Ms. Barrera, that's no objection to that?
No objection, and it would give us time then also to use those findings to calculate excess emissions.
Okay, and if you want to stay around, I'll call the next case and I'll ask the parties approximately how long they think it might take, because it could be a long hearing.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so then I will call, thank you, I will call the second case, South Coast AQMD versus D&D Disposal, Inc., doing business as West Coast Rendering Company, case number 3462-4 for an order for abatement. And who is representing the executive officer today?
Daphne Sue for the executive officer.
Good morning, Ms. Sue. And is D&D in?
I received an email today from Mr. Vincent Gorman saying that he will not be appearing today, and he was not sure whether or not his brother Bill Gorman will be appearing.
Okay.
But it is a stipulated proposed order. I think we filed that on Thursday. You see Mr. Gorman's signature, Mr. William Gorman's signature on the stipulated proposed order.
Okay, it would be very difficult to not have testimony regarding the stipulation. Do we want to give additional time for D&D to appear?
At this point, I don't know if Mr. Bill Gorman does have plans to appear or not. I did speak with them last week. I thought they would be appearing. They are not here. I do have my witness here, an inspector, Mr. Dylan Harris, if you would like to hear testimony as to the facility.
Can you just, so you did someone actually, so you spoke with one of the representatives for D&D, is that correct? And they said they would not be showing today?
I received an email from Mr. Vincent Gorman saying that he will not be appearing, and he was unsure whether or not his brother, Mr. William Gorman, will be appearing.
Okay. Okay, well, it is after 9 o'clock a.m. We could begin, board members. I don't know if you want to give an additional 5 minutes or so to see if respondent shows up. We do have a full calendar today, though. Unfortunately, the Gold Coast Baking Company needs additional time as well.
Well, is there any feedback regarding the participation?
Do you want to put on your mic? You want to put on your microphone?
Feedback regarding the participation that the D&D would come on second, therefore, did it give them an estimated time when they are to appear?
No, their notice indicates they are to appear at 9 o'clock a.m.
I was just wondering if there are any changes to the order, since it's stipulated, that we cannot make them unless both parties agree, correct?
That is correct. Ms. Bird, did you have any thoughts?
Let's go ahead and hear it.
We could hear it, however, as Mr. Balagopalan indicates, there's a possibility that we could want to not approve this stipulated order without additional changes and without the other party here to agree to it. That becomes somewhat challenging.
Yeah, I agree, but I believe we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We have a case, we have at least one party here. I say that we should go ahead and hear what we can hear. And if we get to a point where it's not enough, then we may have to continue it. Otherwise, we'll continue it now and with nothing being heard and start over whenever they come, and we don't know when that will be.
I left my
Let's see what the manual says.
I left my rules in the car, but I understand that we can hear it. We do need something else in addition. Attendance at hearings, 7-1. If the responding party fails to attend the hearing and the petitioning party has provided the hearing board with proof of service on the respondent of the petition, the hearing board may rule on the petition in the respondent's absence. And that is our hearing board rule 7B2. So we may, however, we'll have to first begin the hearing with notice to the respondent. All right, why don't we go off the record for 5 minutes? Oh, let me ask Ms. Sue before the other matter disappears. Approximately how long do you have for your affirmative case?
I would say about an hour.
Okay. So, of course, we should add to that. About an hour and a half. So we'll take about 5 minutes and see if anyone shows up, and then we'll proceed from there. So that will leave us at no earlier than 10:30. I don't believe we would hear Gold Coast Baking. Okay, so we'll go off the record for about 5 minutes and see if anyone shows up, and then we'll come back on and we'll start with proof of service on respondent of the petition. We're off the record. We are back on the record. We received copies from the clerk of the proof of service in this matter. And Ms. Sue, we could either mark this as a hearing board exhibit, or would you like us to mark it as an exhibit for the district?
Marking it as a hearing board exhibit is fine with us.
Okay, so we will mark this as HB-1 Hearing Board Exhibit 1. That's the proof of service by personal delivery, and as long as we, or by personal service, as long as we have, do we have someone to testify as to this?
Mr. Thomas Frazier is here today.
Okay, so as long as we hear testimony on that, we'll hear that first, and then as a board, we'll determine that we have grounds in which to hear this case in the absence of the respondent. And Ms. Sue, what I think I'd like to do, once we do that, is can we proceed by having evidence presented of violation? And that way, the board will have the ability to adopt the stipulated order or not.
Yes, we're ready to proceed.
Okay, then let's do that. So first, I'm going to ask anyone who wishes to testify in today's hearing. Oh, first, let me just note for the record, it is almost 9:30 a.m., and we still do not have anyone present from respondent. I'm going to ask anyone who wishes to testify to please rise to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Yes.
Okay. I don't believe I did. I took appearances. Miss Sue, we took you for the executive officer this morning.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So if we can proceed on service on the respondent, that would be great.
Good morning. I have here Mr. Thomas Frazier. Mr. Frazier, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. Thomas C. Frazier, Frazier.
And do you work here at the South Coast AQMD?
Yes, I'm in the investigator in the Office of the General Counsel.
And did you serve the petition in this case to DND?
Yes.
When did you provide service?
On May 23rd, 2018, at their location.
At 2018 or 2019?
Excuse me, I missed the date there, 2019.
And who did you serve the petition on?
I met with Mr. Vincent Lee Gorman. He is the Chief Financial Officer and Vice President of D&D Disposal. He was identified by introduction and presenting his California driver's license.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Gorman at the time of service?
Yes, I did. After serving him the petition, I pointed out your contact information in case he wanted to discuss the matter further with you, as well as pointing out the date of the hearing and the location.
Did he say anything to you in return?
Yes, he said he was going to, him and his brother were going to contact you and discuss the matter further. I also left a courtesy copy of the petition for his brother, William, who is designated as the president of D&D Disposal Inc.
Thank you.
Hearing board members, any questions for Mr. Frazier with regard to service on D&D? I see no questions. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Frazier, for that testimony. Board members, we should have a little discussion on that, and I do believe that we have exhibit hearing board number 1, which clearly shows that service was made in person to Mr. Vincent Gorman, who is designated as the CFO of D&D Disposal. And based on Mr. Frazier's testimony, I believe we can proceed knowing that service was performed in this matter. Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes, I just wanted to add, I had been to this facility probably in 2013, maybe in 2014, and also there was a community meeting for the development of the rules, so I attended one community meeting in that area. but it should not bias me to hear this case.
And Ms. Sue, I assume that you
I
have no
have no
objection?
objection.
Anyone have any thoughts on service? Sorry, Ms. Byrd?
Now, I believe that hand service is the best service. There's no disputing it. He was identified by an ID, and with that, I think that we can have this hearing. I think it's also significant that a copy was left for Mr. Gorman, and Mr. Gorman is the one who signed, Mr. William Gorman is the one who signed the stipulated order, so they were both aware of this case.
That's a very good point, Ms. Byrd. It is a stipulated order, and in fact was signed and agreed to by D&D, which clearly is very solid evidence of proof of service. Anyone else have any thoughts? Okay, I guess I'll do it by motion. I'm going to move that we hear this matter in absence of the respondent, based on the fact that we have sufficient evidence, significant evidence, that the respondent was in fact served and should have known of the time and date of the hearing. And my motion will be under our hearing board rules 7B2, which allows us to proceed in absence of the responding party if the petitioning party has provided the hearing board with proof of service. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair,
Senator?
on this proof of service, does it indicate the date that the hearing will take place?
This is proof of service. This isn't the actual, what is served is the petition.
Okay, was
And the petition has the hearing date on it.
the respondent, he served a petition, okay.
But yes, this merely is something that is filled out by the person who actually personally serves it. And so Mr. Frazier testified
He served a petition, okay.
that he served the petition and pointed out the date and time. Or he said the date. Yes. Okay, is there a second to the motion? Mr. Balagopalan, second. Any further discussion on that motion? Senator, how do you vote? Ms. Byrd, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Balagopalan?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion passes 4-0, and we shall proceed. So, Ms. Sue, if you would like to give your opening statement.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. D&D Services, doing business as West Coast Rendering Company, is a rendering facility located in Vernon, California. D&D converts animal waste tissue into commodities that can be used in fertilizers and feed. Based on current operations, D&D can process up to 120,000 pounds of raw materials a day. The district found that D&D violated Rule 415, which applies to rendering facilities. The purpose of Rule 415 is to reduce odors from rendering facilities by requiring four main things. 1, enclosing operations. 2, covering transport trucks. 3, repairing the receiving area of raw materials. And 4, limiting the amount of time raw materials can sit uncontained in a receiving area. First, the rule requires that rendering operations be conducted in a total enclosure and that the wastewater system be operated in a closed system. After facilities submit permit applications and receive a permit to construct, they generally have 2 years to construct the total enclosures and 1 year to construct the closed system. D&D missed the deadline to submit permit applications for such systems. D&D did not submit the permit application fee with their applications, and thus their applications were rejected. The stipulated proposed order requires D&D to submit its applications by July 16th, which is 4 weeks from today. Second, the rule requires incoming transport vehicles to be covered. The district observed uncovered trucks during its inspections. D&D agreed to cover its trucks, which is reflected in the stipulated proposed order. Third, the rule requires that the asphalt in the receiving area be repaired to prevent standing water from accumulating. Minimizing standing water helps reduce odors. D&D has scheduled repairs of the asphalt for June 21st and June 22nd. The stipulated proposed order requires D&D to complete repairs of the raw materials area by June 22nd. Fourth, the rule puts a 4-hour limit on when raw materials must enter the cooking process or stored in a covered container or total enclosure. Limiting the number of hours that the raw materials are allowed to sit uncontained helps reduce odors. D&D has estimated that it receives 20 to 30 tons of poultry materials. Since the filing of the petition, D&D said it has contacted its poultry accounts to let the poultry clients know that D&D must stop receiving such materials by June 30th. The stipulated proposed order requires D&D to comply with the 4-hour limits by July 3rd, which is 15 days from today. In addition, the proposed order asks that D&D keeps records of the weight of incoming materials and the weight of cooked materials. It also requires D&D to provide records of delivery estimates. These records would assist the district in determining compliance with the 4-hour limit. D&D has started taking steps towards compliance, and we request the hearing board enter the stipulated proposed order. We have here today Mr. Dylan Harris, an inspector with AQMD, who will testify regarding D&D's operations. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you introduce your first witness, well, I'm going to mark some, these exhibits were received from you, Ms. Sue.
Yes.
And I just wanted to ask, you have not provided in the stipulated proposed order for abatement deadlines for actually constructing the enclosure. Is that because the rule provides for that time frame?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we've received a packet of photographs, and it looks like they are numbered, and there are 22 photographs. So what we'll mark this as Exhibit 1 for the district, the entire packet, and it'll be, each one will be referred to as 1-1 through 1-22, because there are 22 photos. And with that, Ms. Sue, you may introduce your first witness.
Mr. Harris, please state and spell your name for the record.
Dylan Harris, Dillonharris.
Are you under oath to tell the truth?
Dillon. Yes, I am.
And do you work at the district?
Yes.
What is your position at the district?
I am an air quality inspector.
And can you please briefly describe your responsibilities?
I am on the major sources team. We deal with reclaim facilities. We physically inspect each facility as well as audit their numbers on a yearly basis.
And have you reviewed the petition in this matter?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the stipulated proposed order?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the respondent in this case, D&D?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with D&D?
I was assigned to this facility at the beginning of 2019. I've made a couple inspections at this facility as well as audited their numbers for reclaim.
And where is D&D located?
In Vernon.
And what type of facility is D&D?
They're a rendering plant.
What type of materials does D&D render?
They render dead animals, deceased animals from veterinary municipalities from the cities, and any other deceased animals.
And what is D&D's finished product?
It is a bone tallow that ends up becoming fertilizers or sold overseas.
And what is D&D's usual hours of operation?
I've been told that their shifts start at 4 in the morning and it runs until 10 p.m. with 2 shifts.
And is that every single day?
Monday through Friday, that's their shift, and then Saturday they do a half day, and Sundays they have no shift.
Okay. And are you familiar with the photographs in Exhibit 1? through 1-1 through 1-22.
Yes,
Are these photographs of the facility?
yes,
And did you take the photographs in Exhibit 1?
yes,
Did you provide the date and time of when each photograph was taken beneath each photograph?
I did.
And other than the drawn circles on some of the photographs, are they accurate depictions of the facility?
Yes.
And I request the hearing board enter the photos into evidence.
These photographs are in evidence.
I'll ask detailed questions later regarding the photographs, but for now, using the photographs, can you please describe the facility's process flow?
Sure. So in 1-1 and 1-2, this is showing the delivery of a typical drop-off. If you look, and you can see the raw materials pile in the background of 1-1 and 1-2. 1-3, 4, and 5 show the asphalt in the receiving area, a couple close-ups of that. 6 and 7 also illustrate the asphalt in the receiving area. Pictures 1-8 through 1-13 are going to be the raw materials pile. So after delivery, that is where the raw materials will end up. On page 14, that raw material is then entered into this grinder. The grinder is then, the ground material enters a three totes that generally enter the staging area, which is on page 15 and 16 as well. Page 17 is going to be the batch cookers, which is where the ground material ends up going to be cooked. And page 19 is them loading the press, which gets rid of any remaining liquid in order to have a dry final product. 20 is the press as well, where it gets loaded, and again, they get out all the liquid, or as much as possible. 21 is going to be the final screening. This is getting rid of any of the foreign debris that could have entered the process. And on page 22 is a picture of their finished product.
Thank you. Now, turning to the photograph on page 17, what is the capacity of each batch cooker?
I've been told that each cooker can hold approximately 10,000 pounds.
And how many batch cookers are currently operational?
3.
And how much materials can D&D process during your regular working hours per day, Monday through Friday?
Monday through Friday, on a good day, they can do 4 cooks per cooker, which would be 120,000 pounds.
And how about on Saturday? How much pounds?
Saturday, being that they have a half day, they can do about 60,000 pounds.
And on Sunday?
0.
Okay, and that's because they don't operate on Sundays?
Correct. There's no employees there.
Okay, and are you familiar with Rule 415?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of Rule 415?
To try to eliminate and reduce the odors caused by rendering facilities.
And Rule 415 requires rendering operations and wastewater operations to be enclosed, correct?
Yes.
And when are permit applications for permanent total enclosure for rendering operations due?
They were due November 3rd of 2018.
Okay, and when were applications for the enclosure for wastewater operations due?
On the same date.
Okay, and does Rule 415 specify what parts of the rendering operations must be enclosed?
Yes.
And what parts?
It specifies the screw conveyors, breakers, crushers, hoggers, grinders, conveyors associated with raw material sizing, raw rendering material cookers, centrifuges, presses, separators, pumps, screens. It's all outlined in Section F of 415.
Great, thank you. And what requirements does Rule 415 have, if any, regarding covering of incoming trucks?
That they be covered before entry to the facility.
Okay, and what time limits does Rule 415 have, if any, for holding of incoming raw rendering materials?
Once delivered into the facility, they have 4 hours if it is delivered at ambient temperature and 6 hours if it is below ambient temperature to enter a permanent total enclosure, the cooking process, or a covered container.
And when raw materials sit for long periods of time unprocessed and uncovered, what effect may that have on odor, if any?
Becomes more odorous.
Okay. And what requirements does Rule 415 have, if any, regarding repair of the receiving area for raw materials?
That it shall be repaired in order to keep, let me refer to my rule. That it shall be repaired, patched, repaired, or repaved as necessary to prevent standing water or puddles with a surface area greater than 1 square foot from accumulating.
What effect, if any, may standing water cause with regards to odor?
It can just amplify the odor.
Okay, and you've inspected D&D, correct?
Yes.
And did you inspect D&D on January 24th, 2019?
Yes.
Did you speak to Mr. Vincent Gorman during your inspection?
Yes.
And who is Mr. Gorman?
He is the vice president of D&D.
Okay, and did you discuss the requirement on January 24th to submit an application for enclosures for its rendering and wastewater operations with Mr. Gorman?
Yes.
And what did Mr. Gorman say regarding the applications?
That he did not have the funds
Okay,
to apply, so he had not done so yet.
okay. And has D&D attempted to submit applications since your January conversation with Mr. Gorman?
Yes.
And did the South Coast AQMD accept those applications?
No, they did not.
And why not?
They were turned in with inadequate fees. They did not turn in any fees with the applications.
Okay, and now let's turn to the proposed order. And turning to page 8 and looking at paragraph 9, respondent agreed to repair the asphalt by June 22nd, 2019, correct?
Correct.
And let's now go back to your observations during your January inspection. Did you observe raw materials in the receiving area during your January inspection?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Vincent Gorman regarding the raw materials in the receiving area?
I did, yes.
And did he say how long they had been present in the receiving area?
He said for approximately 2 weeks.
Okay, and did he provide an explanation as to why the raw materials were there for 2 weeks?
Yes, the screw conveyor, which loads the 4 batch cookers, had been out for 2 weeks. And he also informed me that a second batch cooker was out. So at the time of the inspection, the third had just come back online, but for the previous week or so, there was only 2 of 4 operable, yet they could not load them because the screw conveyor was out of operation.
And since has the screw since been repaired?
Yes.
Okay, and had he continued to receive raw materials when the screw was inoperable?
Yes.
Okay, and did he attempt to remove some of the raw materials?
Yes.
And what did he do with the some of the raw materials?
Sent some of it to El Sobrante landfill.
Okay, and did you observe the condition of the asphalt in the receiving area during your inspection in January?
Yes.
And what was I think if you turn to the photographs on page 3, could you please describe what you observed on January 24th?
Yeah, so this is in the raw materials receiving area. As you can see, there is quite large depressions in the asphalt, large cracks where animal matter can build up, as well as pooling of water.
And then turning to the next page, page 4, can you please describe what you saw?
This is again in the raw materials receiving area, large cracks that can cause pooling of water, and this section is actually depressed down from level, so it would fill easily with water, which you can see in pictures 6.
Sure, and why don't we go in order? So on page 5, can you
Sure.
please describe what you saw and what's in this picture?
This is also in the raw materials receiving area. As you can see, the poor state of the asphalt has caused quite a large poolage of water.
Okay, and let's turn to page 6.
And 6, if you direct your attention to the left side, you can see the depressed asphalt, and then further back along, there is actually quite a large puddle.
Okay, and now on February 6, 2019, did you serve a notice to comply to Mr. Gorman?
Yes.
And what was the notice to comply for?
Let me grab that. It was for not filing the applications for the permanent total enclosures that are required under the rule. It was for the 4-hour time limit that the raw materials shall enter the cooking process, a permanent total enclosure, or a covered container. And it was also for the disrepair of the asphalt in the raw materials receiving area.
Okay, and now turning back to your inspections, did you inspect the facility on February 27th, 2019?
Yes,
And at that time, did the facility correct the items in the notice to comply that you served on February 6th, 2019?
no.
Okay, now turning to page 7, can you please describe the condition of the asphalt on February 27th?
Yeah. In the bottom center of the screen, you can see the disrepair of the asphalt is causing poolage, as well as closer to the pile itself. There's quite a large pool of liquid that has developed around the pile.
Okay, now turning to page 8, is that a photo of the raw materials pile on February 27th, 2019?
Yes,
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Vincent Gorman regarding how long the materials have been there?
yes.
And how long did Mr. Gorman say that it was there?
Approximately 96 hours.
And now on to March 14th and March 15th. Did you inspect the facility on March 14th and March 15th, 2019?
Yes,
And turning to the photos on page 1 and 2, are these photographs of materials being delivered on March 14th and 15th?
yes.
And are the trucks covered as required by the rule?
No,
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Vincent Gorman regarding the trucks?
I did.
And what did he say?
He said that he was aware of the rule and could offer no explanation as to why they were not covered at the time.
Okay, now let's go to the stipulated proposed order. If you look at page 7, lines 16 to 17, D&D agreed to ensure all transport trucks are enclosed or tarped pursuant to the rule, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now let's go back to your inspection. On your inspections on March 14th and 15th, were the raw materials delivered at ambient temperature?
Yes.
Since the raw materials were delivered at ambient temperature, how long did D&D have to process or cover the materials according to the rule?
4 hours.
Okay, now turning to page 9 and 10 of the photographs. Let's start with page 9. Can you describe what you saw?
Ms. Sue, can I ask if you could just slow down a
sorry.
little bit? It's hard, it's just hard, a little bit hard to follow.
Okay. So, yes.
So the picture on page 9 is when I arrived at the facility on the 14th of March. The picture was taken at 1:28 p.m. If you direct your attention to the circles, I have done this to highlight a few landmarks that I saw throughout my inspection.
Okay, so what's in each of the circles?
So the circle on the left side, that is a small or a rather large dog that is not quite covered by that barrel there. And the right circle is going to be a large horse that can be seen on the pile.
Okay, and then turning to page 10, can you describe what we're seeing here?
So this is the following day. This is the 15th, and this is also at 4:47 in the afternoon. And as you can see, the same circles are still there because those same landmarks are still there.
Okay. And did you inspect the facility on April 23rd, 2019?
Yes,
And was the asphalt still cracked at that time of your inspection?
yes,
Okay. And let's turn to the stipulated proposed order. D&D agreed to repair the asphalt by June 22nd, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. And turning to the stipulated proposed order, page 6.
Okay, slow down. Okay.
Paragraph E. And D&D agreed to push the standing water to make sure no water is pooled in the receiving area, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's turn back to a discussion of the raw materials. Let's turn to photographs on page 12. And can you please describe what you see on your photograph on page 12?
Sure. This is when I arrived at the facility on the 23rd of April. It's at 10:22 hours. I have also circled a few landmarks here, large animals that can be seen throughout the day.
Okay, and what's in the circle on your left-hand side? The left circle?
A large animal.
Okay.
It's quite hard to ascertain exactly
Okay.
what kind of animal it is.
And then comparing that to page 13, can you describe what you see in the circles?
So these are the same large masses that can be seen on page 12. It's also can be noted that the tarps are in the same condition and did not move throughout my inspection.
Okay, and then so how long has it been since, I see on page 12, it's 10:22, and on page 13, what time is it?
3:16.
So is that longer than 4 hours?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just pausing because I see some writing. Let's turn to stipulated proposed order, page 6. And paragraph G and Romanet 3. The proposed order requires a D&D to provide a record of the amount of incoming materials, correct?
Correct.
And turning to the next page, Romanet 4, the proposed order requires D&D to provide a record of the amount of materials cooked, correct?
Correct.
And would having records of the amount of incoming materials and amount of materials processed help the district determine whether or not D&D is complying with the 4-hour limit?
Yes.
Okay. And turning to now page 7 of the stipulated proposed order. And D&D agreed to provide, paragraph 3, D&D agreed to provide names of contract clients and estimated deliveries, correct?
Correct.
And would also having estimates of deliveries also help with determining compliance with the 4-hour limit?
Yes.
Okay. And now on page 8 of the stipulated proposed order, looking at paragraph 5, D&D agreed to stop taking materials from their poultry accounts, correct?
Correct.
And did D&D provide an estimate to the district as to how much poultry materials they receive per day?
Yes.
And how much is that?
20 to 30 tons,
Okay. And how many pounds is that, 20 to 30 tons approximately?
40,000 to 60,000.
Okay. And on page 8, paragraph 7, D&D agreed to process or store in covered containers their raw materials within the 4-hour limit by July 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And now let's talk about their estimates of daily deliveries, excluding their poultry accounts. So for Sunday, for Sunday, what is their estimated daily delivery, not including poultry?
7,200 pounds.
And what about Monday? Once again, I'm only talking about deliveries excluding poultry on Monday.
About 49,430 pounds.
And on Tuesday?
53,400 pounds.
And on Wednesday?
32,300 pounds.
And on Thursday?
107,000 pounds.
Okay. And on Friday?
About 63,900 pounds.
And on Saturday?
21,800 pounds.
And I'm going to pause for a second while people write. Okay.
I'm sorry, was that for the upcoming week, or is that average? I missed that.
Mr. Harris, are these estimates of daily estimates for each day of the week?
Yeah, these are averages for each week, each day of the week.
And did D&D provide an estimate of the amount of its existing materials pile last week?
Yes.
And what was that estimate?
140,000 pounds.
Okay. And did you perform a calculation on when D&D may be able to process materials in a timely manner in compliance with the rule based on the estimates of its existing pile, its daily deliveries, its poultry account deliveries and when it must cease taking poultry?
Yes.
Okay, and based on the calculation you performed, can D&D meet the deadline of July 3rd, 2019 by processing its raw materials?
Yes.
And the rule also allows facilities the option of storing materials in a covered container if it does not enter the cooking process within 4 hours, correct?
Correct.
So D&D has the option of either cooking its materials within the required time or storing the materials in a covered container, correct?
Correct.
So if for whatever reason D&D is unable to cook its materials, it can keep it in a covered container and still be in compliance with the rule and the proposed order, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, anyone like to begin? I could. Mr. Balagopalan, did you have? Okay. First of all, I'm sorry, I may have missed it, but did you issue any NOVs?
Yes.
What dates did you issue? I heard the notice to comply, and of course I followed your inspections.
Right. Let's see, I issued on the 19th of March.
And what was that for?
That was for the failure to apply for both of the permit applications or the permanent total enclosures. That was for failure to move raw materials into the cooking process, permanent total enclosure, or covered container within 4 hours of delivery. Failure to repair broken asphalt or concrete in the raw materials receiving area. Failure to ensure that incoming transport deliveries were covered. And also failure to move the materials that had been ground into the cooking process within 1 hour.
And was that the only NOV?
Regarding Rule 415, yes.
Is there another NOV that was issued?
I issued an NOV, thank you, regarding an inaccurate APEP report for their reclaim.
And when was that?
I issued that on the 15th of May.
This year?
This year, correct. Regarding the compliance year 2018.
Okay. Do you know, have there been complaints received with regard to odors?
There have been complaints in the past, yes.
By the past, how far in the past? Since the rule's been in, since 415 has been in operation or enacted?
From my understanding, I have not received any complaints of that area.
Do you know what the surrounding, how close residents or other receptors might be to this facility? Do you know what surrounds it?
The area is mostly industrial, but about a mile circular from that, there begins to be schools, neighborhoods, things of the like.
About a mile away? Is that what you said?
I would have to double check on a map to give you a sure answer.
But that's your kind of estimate?
Yes.
Okay. Why does the Rule 415 allow poultry?
It doesn't not allow it.
Do you know why it's being excluded as part of this order?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I'm trying to understand why one of the conditions of the order is to not receive poultry.
That was an idea that the facility itself had, because that is the poultry accounts are not contracted. So in order to reduce the amount of incoming raw material, they gave the idea to stop receiving the poultry so that they could reduce their pile.
Thank you. Listening to the history of your inspections, looking at the photographs you've provided. The rule's been in effect for quite a while, and it seems there's been very little, if no attempt to comply. Do you have any reason to believe that by putting it into an order for abatement, they're more willing to comply?
They seem to be making actions happen.
What do you mean by that?
They've told us that they're repairing their asphalt this week. They've also since started covering the incoming deliveries of raw materials.
And you have witnessed that?
I have not witnessed the covering of vehicles, no.
Has anyone from D&D told you in the past that they plan to either repair asphalt or file applications for permits and then not done what they have represented?
Yes, in the past, I've talked to Mr. Vincent Gorman. He said things of the like that when the money comes, he can do it. He thinks it can be by this date, but until this order has happened, we haven't seen anything.
And when you say he has told you in the past and you have not seen anything, when he has told you to the present date, would there have been sufficient time to do what he represented he would do?
Seemingly, there could have been small fixes that he could have done. We offered a couple of simple solutions, and he actually did do one of them for 415 E7. Which you can find on page 16 of 1-16. He did cover the totes that are in the staging area. He quite possibly could have fixed the asphalt and the raw materials receiving area in that time. We had been in discussions since January of this year.
Thank you. Board members, Ms. Byrd.
So when was the last time you've been at the facility?
April 23rd.
April 23rd. So you haven't been there since the order for abatement was served on May 23rd?
Correct.
Okay. So we don't know if anything happened as a result of them just receiving the order.
Right.
Okay. And the date that on your notice to comply, when there were no corrections made, what date were the corrections required?
The due date was February 20th.
Oh, okay. And you went back on the 27th, I see. Okay. And this facility, just kind of following on Ms. Prusak's question, so the violations were found as a result of your inspection. They were not found because of anyone calling to complain, anything other than just a routine inspection?
They were found on my inspection, yes.
Okay. And do you know when the last inspection had taken place at that facility?
I'd have to review that.
Do you know if these are the same owners of record for some period of time or just since?
Yes,
Okay.
for some period of time.
Some period of time, at least 5-10 years?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned, and I'm not sure if I got the dates right, that the applications were submitted, but they were submitted without the necessary fees.
Correct.
And those are applications accepted by the district when the fees are not?
No, they're
Okay, so they actually were not submitted, they were just presented.
Correct.
Okay.
And they were sent back by our engineering department.
Okay. And the drop-offs, looking at the photos, the drop-offs of these deliveries are directly to the ground? Is that?
That is correct.
Okay, and that's just typical operation?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes, I had a few questions here. Just one second, sorry. Mr. Harris, do you have the date when those applications were submitted and then subsequently rejected?
Just checking my notes. It was received by the district on the 19th of April of 2019, and it was rejected on the 26th of April.
Okay, so it's way beyond the 1 year required.
Correct.
Now, there's a requirement in the rule under D1D. It's on page 4. And that is the notification of intent. We were talking about intent and what they intend to do. So they are supposed to, within 6 months, disclose what they intend to do, either do a permanent total enclosure or go to a closed system. Do you know if they submitted anything to anybody at the district, their intent?
They were issued a notice to comply by the previous inspector assigned to this facility because they missed the deadline. And then they did submit a very vague notice of intent that basically referenced the rule but gave no plan as to what they were actually going to do.
And who did they submit that to?
The South Coast AQMD?
I know, but which department, and did anybody respond to them saying that it was inadequate or respond back to their letter of intent?
Of that, I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, where is the sump? Because in looking at page, the photograph on the exhibit 1-1, there's liquid been dumped. Where is there sump that all the liquid is supposed to go to in reference to this picture?
So if you look at page 5, actually, that's probably the clearest view of where the sump would be. It's over there next to that gate on the very right-hand side. But if you notice on the bottom of page 1, there's kind of like a gutter system. They have a slight gutter system that does lead the liquid towards the sump area.
I'm sorry, I can't make that out, but bottom of page 1, you said?
Bottom of page 1, that white line that's running, that's actually liquid. So that's kind of like a catch to try to move the liquids towards the sump.
And that's, of course, it's not covered, right? It's an open
Correct.
sump. And did Mr. Gorman indicate any reasons why they have not taken any steps to comply with the rule? Even covering the asphalt or covering the waste, the material that comes in?
A lack of funding.
And do you know if the situation has changed as far as the funding? And
From my knowledge, it has not.
so what's your confidence level that they will comply with this order? I don't know if that's okay.
Hopeful.
Okay. Now, in the letter of intent, do you have that? And you said they didn't specify, are they going to go to a permanent total enclosure or are they going to a closed system, the different areas? Do you know what they plan to do? Let's take one by one, the receiving area. And before I go to that, have you been to any other rendering operation in that area?
The receiving area has.
I mean, have you been to any other rendering operation in the?
Yes.
And let's look at the rendering area. Typically, where's the rendering, the receiving area? Are they in a closed system or close in an enclosure in a sump pit, or how is the receiving?
Depending on the facility, yes, they're in an enclosure.
And okay, and then and would you say this is a batch system and not a continuous system?
Correct.
And if the grinder goes down, what will happen? And how many grinders do they have, do you know?
They have one grinder.
One grinder. So if the grinder needs repair, then everything gets backed up.
Correct.
And that's what happened when the screw conveyor to the cooker broke down?
Correct.
And there's only one screw conveyor?
Correct.
Looking at the age of the cooker and the screw conveyor, What's your impression?
Well, the one that has been down for about a year. The facility is having a lot of trouble finding the parts and money to repair it.
Did they talked about buying new pieces of equipment?
Not that I am aware of, no.
So and I don't want to go into too much detail, you showed pictures of the horse and the dogs and so forth. And do you know what process, it goes to the grinder? Basically, do they have to pre-cut it first?
The horses, yeah, I've seen them pre-cut it, but other than the horses, it all gets pushed in with a large tractor, which then feeds the grinder. And
I noticed in the very end, this final screening, actually the storage of the finished product. Do they not have any product silos to store the product, or is this overflow?
it's overflow. They've filled their silo.
And they are not shipping it out? Is that what happened? I mean,
That's part of the problem that Mr. Vincent Gorman has explained to us, that their selling of their final product is becoming difficult.
so, and it does not appear they are covering it completely, the finished product?
At this time, no. On my most previous inspections, it was covered.
Do you know how many silos they have? And do you know if there's a requirement in 415 that requires the finished product to be in enclosed storage bins?
Can you point that out to me?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm asking the question, I'm looking for it myself.
I thought
if
you were
you're
telling me
aware.
it was. No, there's actually not,
Okay.
from my understanding.
So is that an issue, not having those finished product covered? Or even stored out in the open?
What kind of issue are you?
Fugitive dust, nuisance?
I guess it's possible.
Now, you said there were no complaints. Have you looked at the complaint system to see if somebody else has responded? Or are you, when you say there were no complaints as far as you're aware, what are you basing it on?
Well, first of all, I don't believe the testimony was no complaints, not recent. Is that correct? Can you
Correct.
clarify that?
From our system, trying to recall. I think I'd have to look that one up again to give you a definitive answer. But since I've been given the facility, there's been no complaints in the area that I'm aware of.
Would complaints always be, since you're the sector, I'm assuming the sector inspector, the complaints will be assigned to you? Could it have been assigned to somebody else?
They wouldn't be assigned to me, no.
The complaints would not have been assigned to you?
No, the sector inspector.
So it is possible that somebody else may have got
That's correct.
and is that something that you can look up during a break and let us know if there were any complaints?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, I got no questions this time.
Senator, did you have questions?
Exhibit on page 12 of the photograph. You circle around two situations that exist at this site. But there doesn't seem to be a horse in the front. Why didn't you circle the horse?
The reason that I circled these is because I was highlighting what had been there for over 4 hours. The horse was processed within 4 hours.
Oh, I see. Okay. There are a lot of rules that D&D is violating. Lots of rules. To your knowledge, how long have they been in business?
I'm not sure when they started, but quite some time.
When you first inspect them,
January of this year.
and it states here that D&D is aware of all the rules that they violated
Correct.
from the first inspection. And then they said D&D is aware of the rules, but continue to violate the rules.
Correct.
They would issue NOVs, and February 27th, they failed to correct any of the items listed in the NOVs. That's on page 4.
The 27th would have been for the notice to comply of February.
Yeah. And they failed, they did not correct any of the items that you listed on the NOV. They made no attempt.
Just for the record, it was not a notice of violation in NOV, it was a notice to comply,
Notice to
NTC.
comply.
Correct.
And they made no attempt.
No action was corrected.
That suggests they might be in defiance in some way.
Say again?
Does that suggest they could be in define the rules and regulations? In defiance.
Yeah, that would call for speculation. I think the witness can tell you whether they did or did not comply.
Well, they didn't comply. However, this is a stipulated order, is that correct? That's before us today that we're considering.
Stipulated, correct.
And you're saying therefore that they're stipulating to the order and that they intend to comply at some later date?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I had two quick questions. Is the non-receipt of poultry at a certain date the only condition of this stipulated order for abatement that is not required by Rule 415 or another rule, to your knowledge? Let me ask a different question. Is the record keeping required under Rule 415?
No.
Okay, so that's additional, and the non-receipt of poultry after a certain date is also not required?
There's a few other things that are not required by 415.
Okay, but they've been agreed to by,
Correct.
okay, by respondent. My other question for you is, we can't require another inspection, but do you plans to re-inspect under the conditions of this order sometime, say in July, when certain things are due?
Yes, sooner.
Okay. So I have a thought to add to the order. Yes, Mr. Balagopalan. Oh, sorry, Ms. Bird.
No, I, in looking at the dates and the requirements on page 8, and some of them, I understand some of them that because there might be some finances involved, but those that say have to do with procedural things, I was just wondering why would you have to wait until July 3rd to not have any raw materials present between 11 p.m. and 1:30 a.m.? And why would you have to wait until July 3rd to store products in covered containers, for instance? Do you know?
In order to have no materials in the raw material receiving area, I ran calculations based off the number that I was given from the facility of what is currently in the pile. I used the numbers that they average per day, what they can cook per day, and what is incoming per day. And it seems that July 3rd is a pretty reasonable and attainable goal.
So is that a conservative date, or, I mean, are we pushing it as soon as possible?
That would be with them cooking at their full capacity throughout the week, Monday through Friday, and then their full capacity on Saturday with their half day.
Okay, and based on your calculations, there's no way to do it prior to July 3rd? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
The trucks that haul in the materials, are they owned by D&D?
Most of them, yes. Sometimes non-D&D trucks come in, but the majority of the trucks are owned by D&D.
So they have control on covering those trucks?
Correct.
They're owned by them. But as of now, they have not covered it?
I haven't witnessed it, but Mr. Vincent Gorman has said that they have begun covering them.
Begin covering them?
Yes.
What about the not owned by the facility itself?
That I'm unsure of. The deliveries that I witnessed while I was there on the 14th and 15th of March, was just from like the city dropping off roadkill, and that was an enclosed container. I can definitely follow up on that, but they wouldn't have any control other than when they get on site, ensuring that they're covered.
Can they specify to their contractors that they should only receive material in closed containers or covered trucks?
Yes.
And do you know if they have done so, or?
In the stipulated order, they did agree to have all incoming deliveries covered.
Okay. Now, you did the calculation based on 3 of the cookers working?
Correct.
Is the 4th one permanently out, or is it under repair, or?
It has been out for approximately a year. He is attempting to fix it, Mr. Vincent Gorman, but the repair is slow.
And I take it once July 3rd, when they sort of caught up and with the existing pile, is that why you have is that a condition, the order to segregate?
Correct.
The one before and after? So how can you ensure that that's the pile that goes in within 4 hours into the cooker?
So that's more to separate until they get rid of the pile. It's not necessary that the facility will cook the oldest to newest. It's more so for us to, once that old pile is gone, we can have a more accurate understanding of what's in the pile, because we've been having them weigh the incoming, weigh what's cooked, so that we can have a more accurate depiction of what's going on at the facility.
But how can you tell which one it's done within 4 hours? They could choose, there could be some piles that are segregated and it's not going in within 4 hours.
Right. Based on these dates, we're giving them till July 3rd to do so, and by then we're thinking that the pile will be 0 by the end of each workday.
Unless something unforeseen happens again, or something breaks down.
Correct.
Did they call in a breakdown?
No.
No.
Which has been added to our stipulated order.
Did you go to the wastewater treatment area?
Yes.
And what did you notice there? Are they, I'm assuming it's not covered or it's not under an enclosure, correct?
Correct.
And the rule requires one of the two?
Correct.
And did Mr. Gorman indicate what they plan to do there?
I believe that they plan on covering it with an enclosure as well.
With an enclosure?
Yes.
Okay. Are they using some kind of mask or something to control the odors currently?
No.
Nothing has been used?
No.
Let's see. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we take a break? Senator?
The first requirement on page 8, line 3, number 4, is June 21st. Next one is June 30th. Next one is July 3rd. And there, It says 11 PM to 1:30 PM. How do you know they're complying with these requirements stipulated?
Well, I can't yet. It hasn't happened.
Well, I understand. How are you planning to determine whether or not they will be in compliance?
Yes. By visiting the facility.
You will be there at 11.
That I can't be sure of.
Well, they're not even here to answer the question, yes or no, as to whether they intend to be in compliance. Given so far to date, they've shown no interest in complying with your notice to comply. Are they planning to document these times that they are in compliance based on the requirements listed 4 through 8? On page 8, respondent shall, on 4 shall, 5 shall, 6 shall, 7 shall, 8 shall.
What was your question?
Are they required to document the action they take based on the requirements that it's stipulated to?
Only where it says so.
Pardon?
Only where documentation is stated as a requirement in the proposed order.
What evidence you have that they're in compliance, that they're complying with these requirements? Shall mean just that. You must do it, and therefore you shall have evidence that you've done it.
No, that just means, just like any other rule, if we were to adopt this order, it is an enforceable order, and should an inspection be made and the D&D found to be out of compliance with any condition of the order, an NOV can be issued.
Well, you don't know, there's no evidence, there's no way you can establish as a fact that on number 6, where they talked about the hours to comply between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. They may not be in compliance with the order because nobody's taking a look at them. They're not documented it. There's no accountability.
Well, it is stipulated, so it's very difficult to add to this order at this moment. However, is that something you want to ask the district, how they could have some type of documentation, and would they like to require that?
I just did. How are you going to document it?
While you're looking into that, can I just ask a question with regard to that, number 6, raw materials not being present between 11 p.m. and 1:30 a.m.? Is that a requirement of the rule?
No.
Okay.
Then why is it necessary to specify it?
I think the better question is, do you know why that is a condition that was agreed to amongst the parties, and what is the purpose?
The purpose is to not have any materials delivered while there's no workers present, so as to better come into compliance with the 4-hour time limit.
To your knowledge, I'm sorry. To your knowledge, does D&D generally or ever accept deliveries when there are not workers on site, and in particular between those hours listed?
I've been told that they accept deliveries 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So obviously that means on Sunday as well when they're closed.
Correct.
So
Do you,
num-
go
I'm sorry,
ahead,
go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt your question.
No, you go, you go.
I just, because you opened this can of worms, was there a consideration of a requirement that nothing be accepted that no raw materials be accepted when they're not open?
Yes, they told us that the deliveries on Sundays are delivered in their own personal trucks, and they will remain in those trucks until hours of operation begin on Monday of the following day.
But that's not reflected in this order?
Correct.
And are those trucks covered? I assume the answer is probably, we don't know. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Senator, I'm sorry, you had other
Oh,
questions?
yeah, the rules require item number 4, number 5, number 7, and number 8, but number 6, it does not. And so therefore, there should be some evidence presented which shows that they're in compliance with 6. There's a way to do it. I'm just saying, if you're not going to do that, don't put it in here.
Is there a question?
Yeah, I'm asking how you're going to establish accountability that they were in compliance with 6.
I think it's been asked and answered, and the answer was upon inspections. Is that correct? There's no other way provided in the proposed order. Is that correct?
Yes, they can document it when they receive, when they don't.
No, I'm
receive.
saying in the currently proposed order, there is no other mechanism provided. And is that correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
That other than inspections by yourself, there is no other mechanism provided in the proposed order that would demonstrate compliance with that condition number 6.
Yeah.
Then would you be willing to suggest to D&D that they provide a log indicating when products is delivered between those hours or prior thereto? Become part of the order, a log. You log it in, log it out.
The order before us is a stipulated order without the other party present.
That's the
And
problem.
so either, which we'll talk about in deliberation, either we find a violation and devise our own order, which we'll talk about, or we accept it. And we cannot change it because we do not have them present.
Gotcha.
Any other questions before we take a break? Mr. Balagopalan?
I can wait for after the break. I pulled some follow-up question for the inspector, but I can do it after the break.
Okay. Ms. Sood, will you have any other witnesses, or is this your only witness?
This is my only witness.
Okay, well, let's just take a break because we're a little overdue for a break. Let's take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back at 5 of the hour, 10:55. We're off the.
Can I ask, maybe they can look up the complaint log and see if there were any complaints?
Sure, I can run upstairs and do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We're on. Well. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're back on the record. We still have Mr. Harris on testifying, and Mr. Balagopalan, I believe you had questions before the break.
Yes, Mr. Harris, did you get an opportunity to look up the odor complaints?
Yes, I got a hold of the section inspector, and he gave me a estimate of the complaints in the area from January 1st of 2019 to the present day. On his quick estimate, he found 30 rendering odor complaints in the 90023 area code, which is about 3/4 mile north of DND. So that's again since January 1st, 2019. And then in the 90270, which is south of DND by about 3/4 mile, he's received 5 odor complaints to do with rendering odors.
Yeah, were they when the screw conveyor broke down, screw press?
I don't know what date it
Date
is.
it is,
None of these complaints, from my understanding of what he told me, were actually confirmed, because there are about 5 rendering plants in the area.
Did he go to respond to the complaints, do you know, the inspector?
I believe so, yes.
And do you know if he did go to this facility?
We only had 15 minutes to come up with this information, so I just got the numbers. I'm unsure.
Now, as you're not the sector inspector, right?
Correct.
So when you said do you inspect the facility just for reclaim only, or do you do the whole facility?
Also for command and control.
Command and control. And do you know if there was any, prior to 2019, any inspection of the facility in 2018?
Yes, there was an inspection in 2018 by a different reclaim inspector.
And do you know if he found the same issues in compliance with 1415 at that time?
I'm unsure.
Okay.
I'm not sure which date it is that he.
Well, the rule got adopted November 3rd, 2017, so.
Right,
And
but
there were certain timelines.
the timeline may not have hit, it may have hit already, I'm unsure.
Now, let me bring your attention to the odor management practices that is listed in the rule. E1 through 11. Can we just check off real quick what the order is going to address as far as the, now, this odor best management practices, there's no timeline. They're supposed to implement this after the adoption of the rule?
They were supposed to implement this on February 3rd of 2018.
2018, okay. So can we go through them one by one and just, so E1, which is covering of incoming transport vehicles,
That's addressed in the stipulated order.
okay. The delivery of raw materials. Now, that's more, this probably won't apply because it's after the PTE, the permanent total enclosure.
Correct, this does not apply yet.
Yeah, so it's 60 minutes after that, so that won't apply. So how about 3, washing of outgoing transport vehicles?
I've observed many times the facility complying with this.
Okay. How about 4, washing of drums and containers?
Again, but also it is in the stipulated order that they do so closer to the sump to try to reduce the amount of pooling in the raw materials pile.
And 5 has been addressed through the order.
Correct.
And then 6, which is repair outside receiving material that's
That's been addressed.
through the asphalt.
Correct.
7, holding of time or raw materials.
I wrote them a notice to comply, or a notice of violation. This rule was cited, and they have since corrected.
So they're doing within 1 hour of,
They're putting a cover, and I believe it's on,
it's on the order?
no, it's not on the order. It was on the notice of violation, and they have since corrected it. It is
Corrected,
on
okay.
page 16 of
Let's move, how about,
Of the photographs?
Yes.
okay. How about 8, holding time of cooked materials?
So this is not addressed in the order, but that is because they were not in violation of Section 8.
Because they are complying with the water
Correct.
limit?
So this is after it comes out of the cooker, and then it is entered into the press, which they do quite immediately.
Okay, so that one, okay, and how about 9, transfer of raw goods?
This doesn't apply until they have a permanent total enclosure.
Okay. Wash down use of receiving area, that,
Yeah, we addressed this somewhat in the order by having them squeegee and broom away the excess water, and also the wash down of the barrels.
so that wouldn't make sense to wash, if there's cracks in the asphalt and so forth, there's no way to get rid of that.
Which they're fixing, which they've agreed to fix in the stipulated order.
Okay. And then cleaning floor drains,
Upon inspection, the facility informed us that they comply with this. They do it once a month, if not more.
okay. All right, thank you.
I just have one other question, and that is, do you, I see that there's a return date to the board on July 3rd. And do you plan to have inspected the facility prior to that date?
Yes.
Now, there's two other dates, not having any raw material present on site. Well, that's at that date, at that late time, but, and processing raw materials within 4 hours of receipt, unless stored in covered containers. But do you feel that you'll have sufficient information if the return remains July 3rd to come back to this board with regard to compliance?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Anyone else have any more questions? Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Sue, you have no other witnesses, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask if there's anyone present from the public who wishes to be heard. And I see no one. Ms. Sue, you're closing.
D&D has been violating Rule 415 for many months. Since the petition was filed, D&D has taken efforts to meet the requirements of the rule. D&D stated that they have already contacted its poultry accounts and they have agreed to cease taking these materials. They have already scheduled the asphalt repair. The agreed upon order ensures that D&D continues down this path of compliance, and it takes the required steps to help minimize odor. This is critical as we enter the hot summer months. The proposed order requires D&D to either process or store raw materials in a timely manner within 15 days. We ask that the hearing board enter the stipulated proposed order. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, obviously, we've been presented with a situation with a significant number of violations that have been going on for some time. I understand that Rule 415 is relatively new, and the dates put the facility out of compliance since sometime in 2018, depending upon which portion of the rule we're talking about. And I do think that we have a lot of evidence to both be able to find violations without making this a stipulated order. And I think we have a lot of reason, based on the evidence we heard and the fact that D&D did not appear today, to have pause and hesitation as to whether or not an order would be complied with, since Rule 415 has not been complied with in what seems to be I don't know if it's a deliberate manner, but certainly at least based potentially upon finances. Of course, we did not have the opportunity to hear from D&D, which would have helped to understand why they have not come into compliance. However, we also heard a lot of testimony and evidence today with regard to many of the conditions of the proposed stipulated order for abatement not being requirements of any other rule or regulation. Discontinuance of receipt of poultry, and we understand from testimony that the reason for that is to help to bring the facility into compliance and really process and minimize those piles of unrespected remains that are piling up on the facility, and that will help to more quickly to get them into compliance. And that's something that even if we were to find violation and issue our own order today, we could not require. And more importantly, there are requirements in the order, in the proposed order, for summaries and record keeping that the district has told us will be very helpful to really understanding how to get a hold on this, the issue at this facility. And most importantly, a return date that has been agreed to by both parties of July 3rd, which is pretty quickly. And the majority of issues and conditions would have to be complied with by that point. And so it's my feeling that we have good cause to adopt and issue this proposed stipulated order with the understanding that when we come back on the 3rd, we will know with a lot more certainty whether D&D will be in compliance moving forward, and whether or not we have to step in at that point with a more rigorous or stringent order. So, the clerk is asking for a timeout. Or is there an issue with the webcast? Okay. Well, let's have, okay, so the clerk is informing me that we have a turnover on the board beginning July 1st. And so we will have 2 new sitting members. We are today a 4-member board, so we will be a 5-member board, and one of our members will have stepped down, Ms. Bird, and a new member will be in her place. And in addition, Mr. Balagopalan will be out, and so we would have only 2 continuing members of the board. And so the question, I suppose, for us to deliberate, and Ms. Sue, if you'd like to, on the district's, from the district standpoint, weigh in on whether we would like to continue that date. We could continue, my original thought, because I missed that there was a comeback date in the order, and my original thought had been to have the comeback sometime at the end of July after the final date, which is to know even that the permits have been, that applications have been put in. Whether that makes more sense. So at the very least, 3 members of the board could be continuing. Ms. Sue, do you have any thoughts on that? And also, any thoughts on whether, I have to consider whether we can do that without stipulation of the party, but I believe we could continue a matter, which is all we would really be doing, is continuing a hearing.
I would prefer a callback date earlier than the end of July, because if they're not meeting the 4-hour time requirement by July 3rd, I would want to be able to seek a modification earlier than the end of July.
Thank you for that. I think that makes more sense. I think any member of the board who is an alternate or a new member would simply have to watch today's hearing and come up to speed. for those reasons, I'm sorry. The clerk is also, is there another issue? There's that issue as well. Okay. How much time do we need? What could be the next date? So the 9th would be the first date? Because of the holiday. Okay, well, I think, Ms. Sue, that would definitely be acceptable, correct? Because we cannot hold it on July 3rd.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go back into deliberations. So then, thank you very much, Madam Clerk and Madam Clerk. So I feel there's good cause, and I would open it up for any other discussion. And based on the date change would have to be made to accommodate proper notice to the 9th from the 3rd. Mr. Balagopalan.
Madam Chair, you mentioned if we find a violation, so is that something, is that a bifurcation of the hearing?
No, right now, we're just in deliberations, and I don't feel if we are to accept and to issue the stipulated proposed order, we need not find a violation. I'm just merely stating as part of discussion that I do believe we have enough evidence, were that to be the board's,
To find a violation?
to find a violation and move forward with issuing an order that is not stipulated, if we so
Oh, I see.
desire.
So it becomes just a regular order abatement instead of a, okay.
Correct, but it's my feeling, and now I'm opening for discussion for other members, but it's my feeling that we do not need to go there, and we should continue with this as a stipulated order for now, since we have such a quick comeback date.
Yeah, I think, yeah, there are a couple of areas I think that needs to be addressed either in the order or, when they come back. And one is the blueprint, actually. It's the notification of intent. I think the Inspector Harris indicated what they submitted was just a regurgitation of the rule. So that really is a critical a piece of document, really, how they intend to, because they do have the option, so they don't necessarily have to go with the permanent total enclosure as indicated in the order. They do have an option of going to a closed system, so we don't know what they're choosing to do. The notice of intent will clarify. There may be in one area, they may do a PTE, permanent total enclosure. In another wastewater system, maybe they may go to a closed system. So we are supposing that in the order that's what they will do, but we don't know what the intent is, how they tend to proceed. So I think at a minimum, we do need in the order a resubmittal of the notice of intent with clear delineation of what they're going to do for each area. Are they going to do a permanent total enclosure? Are they going to a closed system? And so that'll be, because right now, condition number 8 say, submit the application for a permanent total enclosure. Now, they may choose to go to a closed system. We don't know without knowing their intent, so that's one. And the other area I have a concern is.
Oh, wait, let's just discuss that real
Oh,
quick.
sure.
That wouldn't be part of the application? It wouldn't need to be completely clear as part of the application materials what enclosure they're proposing so that it could be permitted correctly?
Well, yeah, I think it'll be part of the application, if they, but they have to, because it's just that it says for very clear, it says here permanent total enclosure. They could choose not to do that and go either an alternative method or go with the closed system. And I think having a clear intent will also help have a blueprint for both compliance and engineering, how they tend to proceed and what they'll do to come into compliance.
Maybe I just don't understand because I don't have a clearer understanding of the process.
Right.
But are you saying they could submit applications for permits and not specify what the total enclosure or the system is that they're seeking to have permitted?
No, I think when they submit the application, they would choose one or the other, or, either a permanent total enclosure or a closed system, and it should be stated in that application. It's just that the order says that's the only option here, so we might.
The rule has two options.
And then the rule gives them two options, that's all, that's.
Okay.
And the notice intent would have clarified, but I think the inspector said they didn't give any information which way they would proceed for each of these areas, so,
But at this point, do you feel that's a
So
stumbling
either,
block?
yeah, we can say either for permanent total enclosure or closed system,
What I'm saying is, if we are to go along the route of granting the stipulated proposed order, we could not change it. So I'm asking, does that lead you towards, is that so significant in your mind that you don't find good cause for this stipulated order without change?
No, I think, again, they can always change this, and if they're coming back July 9th, we'll have another, it would be, and I know we can't change it if they submitted a notice of intent at that time, before they submit the permit application, so we know which way the facility is going to proceed. This suppose one way, and I don't know if the order is saying you have to have an application, you have to put permanent total enclosure by specifying it in condition number 8 of its.
But they agreed to this, so is that an indication to you that that's the way they're planning to go? Sorry, Ms.
Oh, okay,
Burton.
yeah, no, that could be, but I'm just wondering, because, yeah, okay, if they agree to it, then maybe that's how they tend to proceed, but the rule does give them the closed system, and maybe they choose not to, okay. The other area of concern is the material that is processed, the cracks, they call, it's out in the open. I know the rule is somewhat silent on it, but keeping those material out in the open, it should be in closed containers, and maybe that's something we can address when they come in at the July 9th. And if anything, they should be moving that out as quickly as possible out of there, and not have it out in the open. And when it's open, if it's not even tarped, it looks like from the picture we saw. And so that's, the rule is somewhat silent on that, unfortunately. But from a nuisance perspective, I think that would be it's an area of concern. Now, I'm not sure why they're not able to sell their products quickly. Maybe it's the whatsoever going in the economic situation, China's not buying the products or something, but, a lot of this is shipped out, so they're having excess of material stored in the open. That shouldn't be, that should be one of the things that should be looked at. However, it's outside 415. I cannot find it in 415 that says that,
I'm sorry, if it's not in the rule, this is a stipulated order, and things do get put into stipulated orders that are not required by the rule. And I can understand if you could discuss it if the parties did discuss it, but I don't think that you could hold them to something that's not in the rule at this point. And I'm willing to, I think we can find good cause for this order. I also agree that if it's in the order that they will submit the application for the permanent total enclosure, that this is a stipulated order, so this is what they agreed that they would do. And based on what I see before me, I could support this order. Is at the latest, I'm looking at maybe 2 weeks to do a couple things, and the things that were 2 weeks, that would take 2 weeks, like number 6 and 7, the calculations by the district witness was that this is how long that would take. And so while I don't like that it's 2 weeks, he has submitted that that's how long it will take. And I'm looking at that as from the perspective of obviously considering the not trying to put this company out of business necessarily, but to get them into compliance as soon as they can be in compliance. So I can support the order.
Any other thoughts? Senator, and then Mr. Balagopalan.
President and officers of this company, D&D, were properly served notice that they should appear today, and they did not appear. Number one. And number two is that since in my 3 years here on this board, we've had a stipulated order concurred with, agreed with both parties present. And when they both present evidence at those hearings, we never, ever that we did not modify. We modified it, made changes to stipulated order in every case. I can't vote for anything that where the person have not shown good faith, made a good faith effort to comply with the request. Having stated, we're aware of the rules, we know we're not in compliance, and made no effort, according to petition, to comply. None. And then, that being the case, refused to show up today after properly being served. I would like for them to come back when all four members are still here, like on the 27th. I'm not prepared. You gonna leave? I'm not prepared to vote for this stipulated order today without having D&D sit before us and answer some questions like I still have that's outstanding. If you can schedule for the 27th, I want to talk to them.
So you are prepared to have them not be under an order for abatement because they chose not to show up today?
I'm just saying we can schedule.
That seems to me to be rewarding.
No, we can reschedule the hearing, couldn't we?
No, yes, we could. However, should we do that, then they are not under an order for abatement.
The 27th.
They're not. They did not show up today. What in the world would give you any reason to believe they'll show up on another date that we give them?
Then you take more punitive action.
Well, we have two options. Our options today are to issue the proposed stipulated order that's before us. Should we do that, there are more stringent requirements of record keeping that the district said is very helpful to the district to help to get an idea of what's going on at this facility. Also would allow a significant reduction in what the facility is receiving in the terms of poultry, which will enable them to get what is sitting for a very long time on their property cleared out so that they can come closer into compliance. Without any order or that order, then we have no assurance that they'll be doing that or no requirement that they do that. The other option we have is to make the findings that we need for an order for abatement and issue our own stipulated order for abatement. I'm not sure what that will look like. We'd have to determine what that would look like, but it certainly cannot require that well, it can. It can require them to just shut down. However, we didn't hear from D&D, and if we require them to shut down and not break their contracts possibly, not bring in any resources, we haven't heard from D&D as to whether or not they could clear out what could potentially then cause a significant nuisance. We do know that this order will bring them closer to compliance. But that's the other option that we have. But when we do that, I'm just trying to find the findings. 801. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong roll. Is that the findings? No, 806? then we'd also have to make several other findings if we do not make the finding of good cause and grant the stipulated order that's before us. Aside from violation, which, as I said, I do believe we have ample evidence of a violation, we need to find that the order for abatement will not constitute a taking of property without due process of law. I do believe due process was afforded. The
Right.
parties simply did not show. However, the third finding is that if the order for abatement results in the closing or elimination of an otherwise lawful business. So if we were to do something more drastic than what is called for in the stipulated order and simply, for example, say, you may not accept any raw materials until you are in compliance with 415, that would be the effect of closing of a lawful business. We would have to make a finding that such closing would not be without a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. I do not believe we have received any evidence of emissions or pollutants. This is an odor control rule, and I'm not sure we have found significant evidence of a nuisance or any kind of odor, and that is causing a nuisance. So I'm not sure if we can make that finding, but just to bring it to the board's attention, we would need to make that finding as well.
So what we've done previously, after having agreed to a stipulated order, and then find they're not in compliance, then both parties represent a modification of the order.
And that's what would happen. Right now, the stipulated order calls for a July 3rd hearing. We have heard from the clerks that is not possible, given how much notice needs to be given to the public of the hearing. And so we would have that come back on July 9th to determine if they are in compliance. And at that point, if they are not in compliance, we could certainly
Do what?
determine to modify and make it more strict.
In what way could you make it more strict?
Any way this board determines at that point, it makes sense.
I'm not sure they would even appear on that date.
I agree.
Then where does that leave us?
Just as we are today, hearing
And then
evidence
we should, whatever
from the
we should do
inspector.
then, we could do now.
And if I
Well-
may add, this rule is, I think, I was aware of it in 2013. I think the rulemaking started in 2013. So the facilities that were affected were well aware that a rule is going to be forthcoming. And then it was on hiatus for a couple of years for whatever reason, then before it got adopted in 17. So the facilities knew some form the rule be, so it's, and then will be adopted by the board. And then all indications are they have not done a single requirement of the rule. They have, even after the inspector gave them NC, they did not do any of the items that the inspector addressed in the NC, until I think now that the stipulated order, they have agreed to do certain things. So the facility has shown a total disregard of the rule and have not taken any steps to do anything to come into compliance with the rule. So I think, as the Chair said, I think we can find violation. I think we know there is a violation, but if we go with the route of an abatement order and just incorporate all the conditions that already, I think these are good conditions that they've stipulated to. I don't know whether we can, still incorporate those conditions into the. And I also realized that one other thing I may add, I think the inspector also pointed out, they are under contract with the cities and municipalities to accept the waste. So we're not looking at shutting them down because those agencies cannot very quickly turn around and find another service. It goes through the contract process. So we're not, they are performing an essential service, rendering it essentially recycling. We're not disputing that. And they have contracts that they have to fulfill. And they're willing to stop accepting chicken material from, but those are not contract obligations that are something that they are getting for other, not with maybe they do have a contract, but they're not obligated with the city or have signed contracts where they have to do that. So we don't want to shut them down because of the ongoing contracts. Otherwise, these things will, we don't know where those animals and carcass will land up in the landfill or wherever it is. So we do want them to operate, but we want them to operate in compliance with the rule. And so far, all indications are they say they have no money or they have not put anything forward, for as long, since the rule was adopted in 2017. They submitted an application with no fees, and they submitted a notice of intent with no information on how they intend to comply with the rule. So in one sense, I don't feel we should be rewarding them with, this, and they didn't show up today, they're just, I'm not going to say thumping the nose at the rule, basically. They have not, and I don't have the confidence level, even if we adopted the stipulated order, what they will do. Things like fixing the asphalt, it's not a big, it's, they can fill up that hole. You got cracks and holes where all the liquids are. So they could have done so many other steps. They're covering their own trucks is something that's well within their control. They chose not to do that until now, so that's the concern I have,
I think we're hearing those concerns. Ms. Byrd, did you want to add?
No, I was just going to say that's what orders for abatement are for. But when the district brings an order for abatement, it's because they need this order in place to follow up with enforcement before they may take some other action. Orders for abatement are always brought against people who are they're bad players. That's what an order for abatement is for. This is not a variance. And if we do not issue this order today, as Ms. Prusak was saying, actually they will have more time to be out of compliance because we're going to have to make the finding that it's without a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. And this is I won't call it a nuisance rule 415, but essentially it's an odor control rule. It's not it's not excess emissions of.
If I may clarify, I'm not saying we don't issue an order. I'm saying we do need to issue an order, either a stipulated order or an order abatement.
An order, okay.
May I attempt to clarify, because I'm hearing from the senator and I'm hearing from Mr. Balagopalan that there are concerns, understandable, very understandable concerns with the proposed order. Let me understand first from Mr. Balagopalan, is it what you're saying that you would like to see this not be a stipulated order, but rather be, we find violation, we make the findings we need to, we adopt an order for abatement that is not stipulated but has the same conditions? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Okay. And Senator, was there something more stringent that you wanted to see in it, or you are okay with it, but you feel it should not be stipulated?
Not be stipulated.
And if you could say that on the.
Not stipulated. In what way was it stipulated? They did in writing to the district, verbally,
Right.
on point. I don't know.
You're both very correct. We did not, and then Ms. Byrd, but we did not receive, it's supposedly stipulated, but D&D simply refused to show. We have no confirmation evidence that was received. They did sign it. However, we didn't get to ask, as we do at every stipulated order for abatement hearing. I think, as Senator, you were pointing out, can you comply with this? Do you intend to comply with it? Why haven't you in the past? So that we have some understanding of that. And I think Mr. Balagopalan, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think what you're saying is we're sending a message by making it not stipulated. Ms. Byrd.
I was just going to say then that those items that are in this order that is a stipulated order that are not necessarily violations, but agreements between the district and D&D, I don't believe we could put them in our own order because I don't think we have legal standing to put something that's not a violation of the rule.
Let's go through them.
Requirement of the rule.
We should go through them one at a time because, for example, not receiving poultry. I don't believe there's any reason why we could not. Let's think this through. And I think legally we could, because we could also say, here's an order for abatement, you are been in non-compliance for such a long time, you are, as Mr. Balagopalan, I think you said it very well, there's not a single, pretty much not a single provision of 415 that they have been in compliance. There are some, I know, during testimony, there were some that were stated, yes, they are now covering after it comes out of grinding, or I can't recall, but we have a picture showing compliance with certain things, but not with the vast majority of the rule. That we could find a violation and say, you're in violation, shut down. That's what but short of that, we can also say, all right, don't shut down. But short of that, come into compliance by July 3rd, and the only way you can do that, as we understand, since you did not show up, was to minimize your operations by reducing through poultry. With regard to, let's go through them.
Which of these, well, I think we asked this question already of the witness, and that was which items are not required by the rule.
Okay.
And then that would be what we could look at, what's not required by the rule.
Conditions.
As all of this housekeeping.
Segregating raw materials into two piles, that's not required. However, they have been out of compliance, and in order to get into compliance, they do need to have a hold on what it is they're bringing in, what they have, and when those materials have been brought in. Placing signs, not required by the rule. However, I want to think about what this means. It's not more onerous than saying comply or shut down. Just want to turn to the rule. Yes, Senator.
Are there any other companies performing this kind of service in that general area?
We heard that there were 5 in the area.
And there's competition? Fine. No competition?
Competition. The hearing's closed, so are you looking, you're not looking for an answer?
Well, I know we went through these already, but if it would be faster to open the hearing and just ask which ones are not.
Well, but
suitable.
I want to make sure that we believe we couldn't adopt them on our own.
Okay.
Perhaps let's just take a couple of minutes off the record. I want to read the Health and Safety Code. Okay, we're back on the record, and I believe we have the authority, and here's why. So if we're looking at the Health and Safety Code, which is where I like to start, stipulated orders may just be issued whenever the board finds that any person, blah, 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 is in violation of any rule. That's 42451. The form of the order, which is 42452, states, "This order for abatement shall be framed in the manner of a writ of injunction requiring the respondent to refrain from a particular act." So we have the ability to say refrain from operating in violation of 415, which would essentially shut them down because they cannot. They are in violation. For example, they did not put in their application for a permit. They are still. They have piles that have been there for more than 4 hours. So from what we've heard of the evidence, they are incapable of operating currently without violating 415. Or the order may be conditional and require a respondent to refrain from a particular act unless certain conditions are met. So what we're saying is either shut down so that you're not in violation of 415, or in the alternative, give us all this information, continue to operate, but make sure you're cleaned up by July 3rd, and make sure as part of that you are limiting your to the greatest extent possible without violating contracts from the evidence we've received. We don't know 100% that they couldn't reduce it more, but certainly reducing the poultry. The section of the Health and Safety Code that limits our imposition of additional requirements is found in the section on variances, and it's section 42353, which is labeled imposition of additional requirements. And it says upon making the specific findings set forth in section 42352, which is for a variance, hearing board shall prescribe requirements other than those blah, 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 and at the discretion of the hearing board. So I don't see any other limitation, and I believe that what we have before us and the terms of the conditions of the stipulated order for abatement would not be prohibited by the Health and Safety Code.
That's pertaining to a variance.
Correct. This is order for abatement.
Right.
I'm saying I see nothing in the order for abatement provisions of the Health and Safety Code that limit us.
I have one question. If you are adopting everything within this order as non-stipulated, and this is a stipulated order, what is the reason why would you choose to do one versus the other?
I believe perhaps other board members have their own reasons, and they should state those. My reason would be, after hearing Mr. Balagopalan and the senator voice their concerns about the fact that D&D was not present and chose not to be present, makes me concerned about not having evidence of their stipulation other than the signature, which is evidence. However, we did not hear from that party with regard to whether or not this is something that they can do, why they haven't done it, gives us any indication as to their not only ability, but their desire to comply.
And the result will be the same.
It will be, except
I
don't know that I accept their
following.
stipulation. Honestly, I don't know if there are other legal ramifications out there in the world for a stipulated order versus a contested order for abatement. I believe there might be implications. However, that's for the concern of D&D and not showing up at a hearing.
I just would hate for this to prolong anything. I guess that's why I'm asking that question. If it goes as it's an unstipulated order, would there be any conditions under which this could be prolonged?
What I'd like to do, if with the indulgence of the board members, is to ask Ms. Sue if she understands any legal reasons that we are missing as to why this board could not find a violation and adopt an order for abatement, which would include the conditions of the stipulated order.
I believe you could proceed either way. They did sign this orders in terms of they did stipulate this order. I do not know why they didn't show up today.
Thank you.
If I may add, I think if we go the other route, the regular order abatement, there are one or two conditions we could add, and which is, I would like to see them refile a notice of intent with more details before they submit the permit, application for the permit to construct, which they haven't actually fulfilled the requirement of the rule. So that's another condition we could add. And I'm not sure how to address the issue with the material just out in the open, but I don't know whether under the order abatement, we could bring that also in, saying that they should, either be removed from site as expeditiously as possible or covered, and give us a timeline when they will remove that material and not store out in the open.
Are you talking about the final material,
Yeah, the final
for
material.
which there is no rule requiring?
And I think there may be permit conditions which say, require that, but we don't,
We don't
we're
know
not looking
that.
at
So
that. Yeah.
I don't know that we received enough evidence for that to be part of the, I don't, Senator, do you have something to?
Well, I agree with the position you're taking.
I don't know if we're taking it. I think we're just kind of discussing our options at this point, but we should consider Ms. Bird's question, which is what is the effect? And Ms. Sue's answer that there is no effect other than one is more punitive than the other. When the party, they did not show, they have shown no inclination up to this point to comply with Rule 415. However, they did agree to the stipulated conditions of the order. So do we want to make something a little more punitive when we're coming back in 3 weeks? As opposed to giving them an opportunity to comply with what is a stipulated order, and in 3 weeks' time, we'll know whether there is compliance or not, and whether our own order needs to issue.
If the district will enforce the non-stipulated order with the same intensity as the stipulated order,
Correct.
I have no issue with going with a non-stipulated order. My only concern is frequently it turns out that a stipulated order may drag on and we don't get things completed as quickly. That's my concern.
Stipulated orders?
I mean, a non-stipulated order. When the order's stipulated, usually it moves a little bit faster, and that's my concern. I don't want to delay this in any way.
Well, perhaps we should also have asked Ms. Sue, and we could at this point, is whether the district has a position on whether you would like to see the board adopted as stipulated or as our own order with a violation found, and if you have a preference, the district has a preference, why?
In the stipulated proposed order, it already is drafted such that the findings are made that they are in violation. And by Mr. Gorman signing the proposed order, I believe that is at least one step showing that they have agreed and will indeed come into compliance. So with that regard, I wouldn't want to unduly, I would want to continue to incentivize them to come into compliance on a voluntary basis, if that makes sense.
The order is not voluntary. The order is the order.
Yes, and I do think, that's not what Ms. Sue is saying, I don't believe. But my question is, does it affect the positioning of the district, either for this matter or for future matters, if the district approaches facilities for a stipulated order and the board chooses to adopt it, but not as a stipulated order? Does that make sense?
Well, based on my experience, it is unusual for a party that has stipulated to not appear at the hearing. So, and I know all of you have sat on the board for some time. I don't know if you've seen this before where the other party does not appear.
Thank you. Okay, board members, I think we have everything we need to consider. I think the question is now, we'll take a short poll before I make a motion. Are we inclined to find violation and adopt our own order with the conditions slightly modified, certainly the date for the status and modification hearing?
I'll go for that.
And I believe the senator.
I was also, it gives more of an impact. It means that it's serious business.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
They can't come back and say, I didn't stipulate to that. We impose this based on the fact that you're in violation, period. Here's an order to correct. Rather than have them come back and say, well, that was not my intent to stipulate to this, to that, therefore modify it at some later date. Go forceful.
Thank you. And I'd like to point out that, as Ms. Sue pointed out, since I think we need to have this on the record, there is ample evidence that has been presented in today's hearing with regard to violations, several of Rule 415, including the fact that as of today, there still is no application with fees paid for total enclosures. And those were required back in, I believe it was it November 2018? We also received photographs, excellent photographs in terms of evidentiary value showing time lapse of longer than 4 hours with the same remains remaining outside, so they have clearly not been processed. Sometimes it was a day's worth of lapse in time. Cracks in the asphalt, which as of today have not been fixed or corrected, with pooling of water, etc. We have certainly had received significant evidence of violation, and so I believe we can make those findings. And so let me just discuss the other findings. So under Rule 806 of the district, we can make the finding A1, which is violation of several provisions, subsections of Rule 415 of the district. I also believe we can make the finding that the order for abatement will not constitute a taking of property without due process of law. The proposed order that I will make a motion on would not shut the property down, would not shut the facility down, and they were afforded due process through service of notice of the petition, of the date today. They chose not to come, which so it was on their own. It was their own decision not to present any fuller defense, but they certainly had the opportunity and were provided with due process of law. And I do not believe that the order that I'm about to make a motion on would result in the closing or elimination of an otherwise lawful business, and so finding 3 does not even need to be made. Any discussion on those additional findings? No? Okay.
I think,
Yes, Mr. Balagopalan.
When you're making your findings, I think, a lot of the requirements in the rule was predicated on submittal of the application upon approval of the permit to construct. They had certain timeframes, 12 months for the PTE, 24 months for the wastewater treatment. So they have not submitted anything. It's been more than a year since then. So the timeline, has stretched out. So I think we should make them submit the application expedited, because we need to get that permit out as soon as possible, and then the time clock starts on the facility to put this measures into place and not drag it on. As we can see from these pictures, this is horrendous pictures we're looking at, operating practices that should be unacceptable at any business,
So you would like to see in condition 8 of the proposed order, submitting
Expedited
with
process.
expedited processing.
Yeah, complete application. I mean, it's sort of implied, it's a complete application with the appropriate fees, but with expedited request.
And request expedited processing. And request and pay for.
Yeah.
Is how we normally say it. Expedited processing. Okay, I can add that in my motion.
What day did we schedule they gonna be coming back?
It'll be in my motion, and it will be July 9th, which is, according to the clerks, the first day we can have it with adequate notice.
Thank you.
Any other discussion before I make a motion?
I know, I just want to make a comment. That is, I believe, may not be true, but I believe D&D is watching TV right now. And if they are, they must know that we mean business. That the order from AQMD and its hearing board shall be adhered to, or there will be stiff penalties. They should know that in advance.
Thank you for that, and they will know that we will have a return. That return will be after some of the very crucial dates have passed in the proposed order. Is that something I need to see before? Okay, in the matter of, I'm going to make a motion, in the matter of South Coast Air Quality Management District versus D&D Services, Inc., doing business as West Coast Rendering Company, case number 3462-4, I move that we, upon all of the findings in Rule 806 of the district, including violations of Rule 415, issue the proposed order for abatement, however, make it not a stipulated order, and with the following changes as well. Reflect on the first page, lines 26, 27, that D&D Services did not appear, and to add to the stipulated facts that we, as a board, received evidence of, in the form of testimony from Mr. Frazier, and as exhibit hearing board HB-1, proof of service
Mr. President,
on respondent.
it did say Dr. Lerner is present on the first page, so.
It did, okay. And I'm sorry to remove Dr. Lerner, who has passed away, was not present, to reflect that. I further move that on page 8 of the proposed order, we add, after line 11, where it says, respondent shall submit to the district complete applications and the appropriate filing fees for permits. Wait, that's number 8. I'm trying to figure out where it should go. I think maybe at the end of that sentence, and shall request and pay for expedited processing. So we'll just put it after, on line 13, after Rule 415, before the period, and request and pay for expedited processing. I further move that at the end of page 8, the date in condition 13 for the return to the hearing board will be July 9th, 2019, which is the first available date after appropriate notice is given. And that completes my motion. Is there a second? Senator seconds the motion. Any discussion on the motion?
Just want to say I won't be here to see that, so it'll be kind of interesting to see how it plays out since we've never had this happen before.
I hope you watch.
I won't be watching.
She'll be jet setting.
On a plane somewhere.
Any other discussion?
Just that I think on page 9, line 8, whether we should remove the word stipulated.
Yes, thank you. We should remove, if I missed it anywhere,
page 9, 8, line 8, sorry.
Line 8 on page 9, and anywhere else, which I will carefully, in reviewing the order, anywhere else where the word stipulated, this, just to be very clear, the motion was and was seconded as a non-stipulated order for abatement of this hearing board. Any other discussion? Senator seconded. Mr. Balagopalan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Byrd, how do you vote?
Yes.
Senator votes, and I vote yes. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you very much, and good luck in enforcing. Okay, before we take our lunch break, I know that the parties for the second matter are listening from above. So let's take our lunchtime, and we'll come back with that matter at 5 minutes of 1, so we'll be back at 12:55. We are off the record. We are back on the record, and I'm going to call the other matter on our calendar for today, which is South Coast AQMD versus Gold Coast Baking Company, Inc., case number 6137, excuse me, -1, for a modification of the stipulated order for abatement, and, correct? I believe it's stipulated. Who is representing the executive officer today?
Teresa Barrera.
Morning, good afternoon, Ms. Pereira. And who is representing Gold Coast Baking Company?
Curtis Coleman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Coleman. Okay, and we received on our chairs is this a new version of the proposed findings and decision from today's
Yes,
hearing?
it is. That's why I put revised proposed, so we can differentiate it from the earlier proposed.
Okay. I have a minute order. What are we up to? We are up to 2. Let's mark it as, right? Am I right on that?
This would be our exhibit, so it'd probably be E.
Oh, okay. I think you're right. Yes. Okay, so let's mark this as Exhibit E as in egg. The revised proposed that we had on our chair. And you're right, even though this is an order for abatement, you are requesting the modifications. So, Mr. Coleman, would you like to begin with an opening?
Thank you, yes. I originally filed a petition to modify the order for abatement that we had hoped to put on the consent calendar, merely to modify one of the increments of progress dealing with the completion of the pad for the RTO. Shortly after I filed that, the company was reviewing the monthly report that had been prepared by their consultant regarding the emissions and realized that they knew their business was picking up, but it appeared that it was picking up faster than they had anticipated. They had accepted some additional orders because if they had turned them down, they would have permanently lost the business. But unfortunately, those orders did result in their exceeding the daily throughput limit that was contained in the original order that was issued on April 3rd. You'll hear from Mr. Paul Cannon again. He's here to testify regarding how that initial daily limit was determined. But we've had a much more deeper opportunity to review where they are and where they expect to go. And I guess it's some good news and some good news and some bad news. I mean, the good news is the revenue is increasing. The other good news is that because of that and being able to sharpen the pencil with the project engineer and their contractors, they believe they can significantly accelerate the completion of this project. However, the emissions will go up because of the additional business they are bringing in to support the accelerated schedule. And I would like to note that there will be evidence that even though there was a violation of the throughput limit in the order with regard to the daily limit on one of the ovens, a review of the emissions data showed that the excess emissions that the board determined, in other words, the estimated excess emissions for both oven 2 and oven 3, neither one of those excess emissions estimates was exceeded during the period of the order. So while, yes, the emissions under the order were greater than they would have been had that daily limit been met, the emissions did not exceed what the estimated excess emissions were from each of the ovens. We will We have a PowerPoint presentation that we will hand out shortly that will give a status report on where they are with the order, provide a new construction schedule that will show, it's much more detailed, but it will show where time has been saved. And currently, we estimate that the RTO can be installed and hooked up by mid-September, and all the work done to get it fully online by the end of September, as opposed to, I think is that?
October 17th, third week.
Yeah. So we are looking at anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks earlier completion, if they are allowed to, continue to accept the business that they've got and hopefully bring in some more that will finally get them into a more solid financial situation. I mean, business has improved, but it's not like, I can't say rolling in dough, but that's be too corny. But they are, things are better, but, and they're, given the situation, we're doing the best we can to accelerate this project as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Ms. Barrera, your opening.
Yes, the board may recall the original hearing on this matter. We sort of, held our nose and issued an order for allowing this company to operate in violation because operate 2 ovens which need control, and we allowed them to operate without those controls and gave them some time to do it and set some conditions for them to do it. The last order was issued on April 3rd. They violated that order on April 9th for the first time and several days during all of April, and the initial petition, I believe, was filed on May 8th. And they violated this order many days during May, and that's disturbing to me when they say that the excess emissions did not exceed what were forecast as sort of the worst. When we forecast excess emissions, we tend to use sort of worst case. But I calculate excess emissions based on they were allowed to do 6,600 pounds on a certain line in a certain oven, and they exceeded that by sometimes, 10,000 pounds or more. So I see anytime they exceeded their throughput, that all of that throughput is excess emissions. So we have a definition issue about excess emissions that we'll need to get into. It may be a mitigating factor that the way actual emissions worked out, they were less than the worst case we had forecast, but that does not relieve them of the responsibility to comply with specific conditions in an order that is issued by this board, and and to also promptly to keep track of things and to promptly come back to this board, if there's a problem. I'm going to wait until I hear the evidence before we take a position on this request for modification. But I think what's happened is a problem. And I have the inspector available to testify. We have issued a notice of violation related to their violation of the order for abatement. And the engineer is also available to talk about excess emissions.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to swear in witnesses. So anyone who wishes to testify today, including any members of the public, please rise to be sworn in at this time. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Coleman, let's begin with you since it's your request for modification.
Yes, thank you.
Please introduce your first witness.
I call Paul Cannon. Mr. Cannon, please state your name and spell your last name for the record. Before we begin, I'd like to incorporate all the evidence and testimony from the last hearing into this one.
I assume no objection?
No objection.
Okay, there, it is so incorporated.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Paul Cannon, C-A-N-N-O-N. Oh, thank you. Paul Cannon, C-A-N-N-O-N.
And by whom are you employed?
Gold Coast Baking.
And what is your position with Gold Coast Baking Company?
I'm the Chief Operating Officer.
And why is Gold Coast seeking a modification of the order for abatement?
Well, there are three reasons we're requesting a modification. First, the first two date back to the original preliminary construction project that Gold Coast put together to be able to discuss where we believe the project could be initiated and completed. It was done without our contract engineer, who was unemployed by us at that point. So the first one relates specifically to the fact that the preliminary estimate was not developed with a professional engineering firm. That has subsequently been rectified by hiring them on 5/30 of this year, prior to the 5/31 date that we have, and we have a full engineering project on board.
Okay, let me interrupt you for a minute here. The order that was issued originally did it call for completion of the foundation of the pad for the RTO by, what, June 30th, I believe, of this year?
It did. It erroneously called for that. The date should have been July 25th. There was some sort of a transcription error.
Was the July 25th date the one that was in the project schedule you had submitted to the hearing board?
Yes, it was in as July 25th was submitted on that printed schedule.
Okay, and that would have been exhibit, yes, thank you. Exhibit D. Now, have you since refined your project schedule?
Yes, we have. We have a full schedule, which will start the project on June 24th, next week. It will culminate with the startup and commissioning and validation process by September 30th of this year.
Does the schedule move the completion of the RTO pad up from July 25th to July 11th?
It does.
Okay. All right. Now you had another. Okay. Oh, so was that the second issue?
That was the second.
Okay.
Yes.
The first issue is you have a whole new schedule that you need to lay before the hearing board.
Yes.
Okay. And then what's the third reason?
Well, the third reason is that finally Teresa talked about the increase. We surprised ourselves for bringing in new business. So we've been more successful at getting that new business into the bakery and moving things along there. Our line 3 oven 1, which has an emission control device on it, is full. It's as I'll show you in this presentation. It's basically filled to capacity, and presented to you last time that we would put everything that we could in terms of high yeast only items into that line, which we have, and so the line is unable to accept any of the newer business, and that's spilled over to oven 2, line 2 oven 2, because it has similar but not the same total capabilities, and so you'll see in our graphs and our production and our reports that we have moved product to oven 2. In order to mitigate some of what we moved to line 2 oven 2, we've also moved some breads to a small bakery that we have in Illinois. Those were high yeast breads that normally would have run on line 3 but could not, and we didn't want to put them on line 2. Accommodating those new sales has resulted in a need to run more product through line 2, as I said, which is oven 2, than condition 2C allows in the order.
Let me get to that for a minute. When you originally, the original order, when you originally testified at the last hearing that you agreed to accept the 6,667 pound per day limit for that oven, how did you come up with 6,667 pounds per day being an acceptable amount?
Yeah, so frankly, at the 11th hour when we received some of the emissions limits, and I took the time that evening before the hearing to do calculations to try to take me into what we thought our early growth pattern would be. I made a lot of errors simply. So when I came up with the monthly total, early projection on the monthly total, it simply was divided by 30 to get an average, and that average in no means really represented the peaks that we could have in filling orders on a day-to-day basis. Our orders are mainly fresh orders. So when a customer gives us an order, they expect it to be filled or their shelves are empty. It's local production, local distribution, local sales. So in accepting those orders, we have to accept the consequences of what line we could put them on, which line had the capability and capacity, and the emissions that would be emitted from the oven stack.
Okay, have you prepared a PowerPoint presentation to kind of explain the current status of the project, where you are in terms of compliance with the other conditions in the order, and what the path forward is?
Yes.
Okay.
Will I be able to show that on the screen?
Yes. Oh, can he do it on his computer? I think it's on the HDMI. There.
There we have it.
We've received a PowerPoint presentation with the cover page, Gold Coast Baking Company, Inc., with our today's date and the AQMD hearing. We're going to mark that as Exhibit F, as in Frank. You may proceed.
Thank you. So this presentation is designed to bring us, take us backwards a ways to the support data for conditions that were found in the order, milestones that were to be met, and as well to look at projections, actual and projections on emissions. So first of all, there were a number of order stipulations that had closing dates on them. Those are taken directly from the order on this page, items 9, 10, 11. They're actually out of sequence only because from a calendar standpoint, our reporting, I generated this to make our reporting easier to view. So the first one was delivered, that is, the temperatures have not exceeded 450 degrees on all the ovens. The second one, we are maintaining the records, processing the records, and sending them to AQMD per the order. The third one, item 10, says that we'll have visible emissions monitoring. That too is being sent to that same person at AQMD. Item 4, or item A, let's say 10A, we'll submit new applications for the permits for the 2 ovens, and those were completed on May 1st, submitted on before May 1st they were submitted on May 1st by Montrose on our behalf. During that application, we requested that oven 3 be allowed also to permit to 3 million BTUs, and that okay was given by Cambis. That oven was formally limited to 2.1 million BTUs. The next one was that we would submit in writing a permit to construct extension on the oxidizer of the RTO, since that one was revoked during the last hearing. That was completed on 4/15.
Just, sorry, I may interrupt, just in case anyone is following along in the order, these are 1A, B, and C, is that correct?
Thank you. The final one on C says that GCB shall issue a purchase order by May 31st for the consulting engineer for the project and contracts to initiate construction. So we did so on May 30th. We issued a purchase order and signed a contract with Plump Engineering for general construction management and also to provide a general contractor. To K&B, which is a division of SECO. They will handle the duct construction and installation. And SECO, main SECO engineering group, will handle training and startup for the bakery,
That's for the RTO?
for the RTO.
Okay. Now, following the issuance of the purchase order, did you have a meeting and develop a schedule for installation?
Yes, we did. On slide 2 is the project timeline. There are a few things in motion with that timeline. We attempted to compare it to the original one that I generated on behalf of Gold Coast Baking. It was difficult to lay it out because in this case, the project engineer has new software and he lays his project planning out differently. And I didn't want to try to extract pieces and put into an old schedule. So this is the new schedule. Clearly it starts on 6/24 at the top. It runs for 60 construction days. And down at the bottom, there's a punch list on the general contractor's work on 9/13. After that punch list is closed out, we immediately begin commissioning. We believe the commissioning can be completed before 9:30, or at least by 9:30. We'll endeavor to do better than that.
I'm sorry, okay.
So
This is the general contractor's view and Plump Engineering's view of the greater project. As I said, we have a ducting contractor, K&B for SECO, and I'll mention this only because there was some conversation in the original order about ducting installation, roof reinforcement. We found that the roof does not need to be reinforced. And so the ducting project begins on, we believed originally would be 7/16 to 7/29 when SECO, K&B came back to us and the general contractor in this unmodified time schedule. They said the best that they could do would be to have the ducting installed by 9/6. So at that point, 9/6, we will have the ducts hooked up, and a week later, the rest of the project will be punch listed, and we'll continue on to commissioning.
Okay, just to clarify, you've got a sort of a yellow arrow there, again, off next to the number 9. It says installed ducting. Was this the original estimate by Plump Engineering, the 7/16 to 7/29 date?
This was the original date that Plump provided us 2 weeks ago before SECO and K&B had completed their work with scheduling the actual construction of the ducts.
Okay, and I mean, is there some technical reason why this timeline wasn't modified to reflect that, other than your note?
Unfortunately, it has been modified at this date. This came to me as a PDF, and I elected just to insert the correct information for everyone to see.
Okay. Okay, proceed.
Any other questions about the timeline?
We'll get there, unless,
Okay, we'll get to the questions.
So just with regards to the order, there are a number of stipulations that I wanted to make comment to, just for clarity. And in so doing, this slide is that first one we looked at was a GCB tracker. There's another GCB tracker in the next slide. It's out of numerical sequence, but once again, only only to make it easy to manage the follow-ups. As I said, the roof reinforcement is no longer needed in order to mount the ducts and the supply yokes, so we suggest that the comments and dates be removed regarding roof reinforcement. Those are items 6, 6E, 6F, and 5 in the next slide. And for clarification on item 4 on the next page, we assume that the words from the order, upon completion of the RTO installation, refers to, at that point, the RTO being installed and ready to test. So this is the follow-up to that, one of the first slides you see, and what I've elected to do is take the original order and the dates that I pulled from the original order, and to insert all new dates based on the timeline that I presented in the second slide. So I can read through these, but they're directly pulled from those in the other slide, the timeline slide.
Let me, maybe we can shorten this. The revised proposed findings and decision contains certain increments of progress. Do those, the dates in that reflect the information on this slide?
That's correct, including notification to members of AQMD.
Okay.
A good example would be the second item, notification within 3 days of start of RTO installation. It would have a new date. It would be 3 days before the beginning construction.
Okay.
Shall I continue?
Yeah.
The points here are in an attempt to review the emission stipulations and what we've done to evaluate the data that we offered up and agreed to in the original order. What we did in our analysis in this slide is to take a look at our growth and try to measure our growth in terms of how we schedule, what we schedule. One of the overriding objectives, of course, was to put as much yeast on line 3, oven 1, as possible, since it has an emissions control device. And so what we see in this is that the line hours indicate significant growth in 2019 for line 2, oven 2, and line 3, oven 1, and some decline on line 4, oven 3. So oven 1 is consuming all its available hours, but it's not producing significantly more dough pounds. You'll see that in the next slide. And therefore, line 2 and oven 2 is picking up those sales. Since it's similar, but not the exact same type of line, it can run some of the breads that we are not able to run.
Can you explain why the line 1, the productivity is not as great?
The productivity is not as great because some of the bread sizes and the types of bread, organic breads, require special cleanups, and those result in unproductive hours. They're very high yeast, but they require special cleanups.
Okay. Do those have somewhat higher margin?
They would have better margin than a commodity bread.
Okay.
Yes.
But you indicated they are higher yeast, so you're attempting to, are you attempting to keep the higher yeast products on oven 1?
Oven 1.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
In the next slide, blue being the pounds per day by line of dough, you can see oven 1 in blue has grown to a point where it's not really doing more than it can. We have seen growth in the second, the brown line, that's oven 2, and we start up and stop oven 4 a lot, oven 3 a lot because has low volume, has only a limited amount of customers. However, it has great potential for growth in the next 2 months. I next went to the calculated pounds of yeast per oven per day. Once again, in blue, you can see the growth that happened in April to early May, and subsequently has subsided a bit as we run more and more of those specialty breads, organic breads. And while it consumes a lot of hours, it doesn't produce more dough or more emissions. So the brown line is the amount of yeast consumed by oven two. Oven two, our primary sourdough line, but now is picking up the overflow for what we would like to sell of yeast-laden breads, while oven four was growing a little bit in the latter parts of last year, the first few months of this year, and has actually stabilized, is not growing. And finally, in terms of VOCs, I have placed on the graph the oven 2 max day VOCs at the top right-hand side, oven 2 being the brown line, and I think I did that wrong. Let's see, oven 2, yeah, oven 2 is actually the brown line. Oven 3 is actually the black line. Forgive me for that. When I posted the colors, I didn't realize the change in the colors. So oven 2 has a max at 3765, which it hasn't exceeded since we had the hearing, and oven 3 at 30.8 has not exceeded since the hearing. So line 3 with its RTO has the lowest emissions VOCs, as we would expect. It's under control. Line 2 has absorbed orders containing more of the new orders, mainly yeast added. Line 4, oven 3 has declined due to lower production, and hence lower overall VOCs produced during the last few months. So the final slide here is our reexamination of what we need to grow. As you saw in that very first slide depicting the increase of growth in oven 2 breads, the line 3, oven 1 being at capacity. We've established, although we established line 3, oven 1 as that primary yeast dough line, we're unable to put more pounds on it. We can't make any further sales. So continued growth through selling yeast-added breads now is concentrated on line 2, oven 2. Critically important since the stability, since line 4, oven 3, as I mentioned a couple of times, has slightly decreased, but has a lot of potential for sales in the next couple of months. So this analysis took the growth that we saw on oven 2 for pounds per day, calculated some rate changes, projected what we would see sometime in June through December as we continue to grow. We have a full slate of new products coming on. They're a mix of sourdough and yeast-laden, yeast-added breads. We have to take what the customers accept, of course, and go to market with. But what I projected is that we would like to move our target for maxes and capacity on line 2 so that the maximum for white and wheat in the brown middle of the page is 30,453.77 pounds. And up in the green right-hand corner, that the white and wheat capacity is 363,990. And that's, I'll review that again later in testimony. So that really concludes the slides, unless there's a question I'd like to go back to at this time.
Okay, well, let's continue to work our way through. Can I have a couple of minutes to confer with my client?
Yes, let's go off the record. Okay, we're back on the record.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Coleman.
Yes. So, Mr. Cannon, you heard Ms. Barrera in her opening statement and the concern that she expressed about the failure to adhere to the pound per day limit that was issued in the order. I mean, obviously you didn't. Do you have any explanation, no matter how, I think the district and the hearing board are entitled to any type of explanation as to why that happened, and I would appreciate it if you could provide some input on that.
Yes, yes, as I said, when we were faced with these emission standards and didn't have the information readily available to analyze, the process that we went through simply to catch up the records to what the order called for was something, it was a real learning for us. We didn't have our data up to date every day. It was taking a few days to pull it together. And so we quickly had to start turning around and generating the equipment faster. So it called for assignments to get people assigned to understand that record keeping so that we could have it available on a daily and weekly basis. And I was off in Chicago, frankly, trying to move 2 breads to that plant so that we could mitigate. So wasn't there to look at it every day, but once I got back and realized it, that not only did we have to re-implement all these things with regards to getting the oxidizer back on track, but that we were having such big fluctuations in emissions due to the demands. That's when I got in touch with you. So it took a while to get acclimated to getting the data pulled together quickly and analyzing it. And by then we were already showing some excess emissions over those peaks.
So do you understand now the criticality of complying with all the conditions in an order?
Yes, that's why we're here.
Okay. So with respect to the other conditions in the order, have you complied with the conditions other than the daily throughput limit the throughput limit for line 2, oven 2?
Yes.
What, in the revised proposed findings and decision, there are different throughput limits that are set forth to replace the throughput limits that were in the original order. Can you go through those and explain how you develop those throughput limits?
Yes. So specifically under 2, let me find my place. Under 2C, originally the 6,667, of course, was 1/30th of a $200,000 monthly pounds. We realized that was just way too conservative for what we needed for sales. So per the final slide that we looked at a few minutes ago, now we are basing what we need to grow and to bring in income. And may I say that we are growing and showing improvement in cash flow, but we're not yet profitable. And I brought Mr. Dozier, our CFO, along in case anyone would like his review of that matter. So it's not like we're making money hand over fist here, but we're trying now to accurately project what we might have. And so what I did was I took the sales and production rate increases of pounds and extrapolated to what they might be. After all, if I go on the purpose that we are going to be successful here and bring the oxidizer in and limit it as close as we can, the excess emissions. I have to keep the business going, and I don't want to be back in here every month. So I'm not looking for a license to exceed every number that we put into the order or that we request is changed in the order. Simply want to be able to bring this business through this difficult period that we're having and to get the oxidizer up and running as quickly as we can. So specifically to line 2 and oven 2 and number C, we request that the peak would be up to 30,454 pounds in one day per that projection that I put together. It's on the back of the slide set, and 363,900 pounds in any one calendar month for white and wheat. For 2D, we were trying to limit the quantity of sourdough to no more than 76,667 pounds. In those same projections, we find that we don't need 76,667 pounds in one day, so I've lowered that to a realistic expectation of our growth in sourdough, and that calls for a reduction to 1.617866 versus 2.3 million pounds in any one calendar month. Further on item E, the quantity of white and wheat bread run through oven 3 was 51,767 pounds. The line runs erratically. As you've seen in the charts, the business has been down, but we see significant opportunities on that line. We'd like to raise that to 75,000 pounds in any one day and 1.5 million pounds in a calendar month. As we said before, line 4, oven 3 does not process any sourdough. We specifically make sure all the sourdough is run on oven 2. So those are the specific changes that we are requesting.
Okay, well, with respect to E, the monthly limit would not change.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I think you testified during your PowerPoint presentation that the project is ready to start on June 24th.
Yes, that's correct.
So, to your knowledge, is everyone mobilized to get moving on it?
Yes.
Have you,
Purchase orders and signed contracts to those 3 concerns that are the project management team.
have you done everything that you believe you could have to accelerate this schedule as much as possible?
Yes, I have.
With respect to the ducting, have you had discussions with the company supplying the ducting about whether there was any way they could get it done any quicker?
Yes, I have. I've requested, I've asked for higher up in the company to see what they could do. I've even threatened to take the business away from them and give them to Plump if they could deliver faster. However, they couldn't deliver faster, but those people don't know that. So they know that we really want to move that up and get it in earlier in the project.
Okay.
Although it doesn't delay the overall project, it doesn't delay bringing it in earlier. It would enable us to shorten perhaps another week or so, week to 10 days, if we could get the ductwork done earlier.
Okay, have you reviewed the document titled Revised Proposed Findings and Decision on Petition for Modification Board of Abatement?
Yes, I have.
And have you reviewed the conditions in that document?
I've reviewed the conditions and the changes requested in the document.
And are they acceptable to Gold Coast?
Yes, they are.
Do you believe that the revised construction schedule reflects the most expeditious schedule for compliance that can be met?
Yes, I do.
Do you request the hearing board issue a modified order as set forth in the proposed
Yes,
findings and decision? And finally, do you recognize that a violation of a condition for an order for abatement subjects the company to potentially significant civil penalties?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I
and are you,
understand that we are under a notice of violation now.
and are you prepared to deal with that with the district as that works its way through the system?
Yes.
And do you believe you have put mechanisms in place now to make sure that there will not be any further violations of the order?
Of the modified order, yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Barrera, questions for Mr. Cannon?
Yes, Mr. Cannon, the last order was issued on April 3rd, 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
Following issuance of that order, what did you do on that day or the following day to ensure compliance with it?
I sat down and arranged a schedule of all the compliance milestones and gave assignments to people to own and report back on those in order to make the dates that were necessary. And we sat down with our production team that puts the reports together, which we previously only reported on a monthly basis, and arranged for them to start to get trained to pull those together on a daily, weekly basis. And while I was doing that, I was also negotiating with the engineers and bringing them out to the plant, interviewing them, and getting them ready to rebid on the project and to place contracts in place, then purchase orders and timelines, which they don't tend to want to do until they get paid. So that's why we've recently gotten the timeline. The next thing I did was I noticed there were opportunities to take some yeast-added bread that was going to spill over on line 2 off that line if we could make equipment work at another plant we own in Illinois. And I went there to test that product. It's taken about 6 weeks to be able to prove that we could get the equipment to run properly and run those, thereby alleviating those from being on line 2.
And so let me start with something. Let me go off the record for a moment.
Yes, you're off the record. Okay, we are back on the record. What have we received, and we can mark it?
Okay, I've provided you with two separate spreadsheets. Both are titled Gold Coast Baking Company Facility ID 117744 2019 production data. I'd like to have marked as Exhibit 2 the spreadsheet that contains dates for April on one side, and then is marked as Exhibit 3, the one with May dates on it.
Okay, so let's so mark that. The ones with April dates, Exhibit 2, and the ones with May dates in the left column are Exhibit 3. Thank you. You proceed.
Okay, Mr. Cannon, do you recognize these documents that I've provided to you?
I do. There are self-monitoring reports.
Okay, and are these the documents that your consultant, you said, had created?
These are the reports. Yes, these are the reports that the business generates the data, and he compiled and did the calculations for us.
Okay, so column.
May I add something? So initially, I did this because we couldn't construct this fast enough. I needed to have someone who did this professionally to do. And upon consulting with our attorney, he agreed that we really should get the professional help. And since that time, I decided just to keep it where it was. So we're really good at generating the information. He's really good at compiling accurately the reports, and we're staying with that through this process.
Okay, so these weren't created, I guess, contemporaneous with the dates reflected on them, is that?
This format is improved over the original format that we submit, yes.
Okay.
Because we wanted to have all the information in one sheets.
Okay, so column 5 of these spreadsheets reflects quantity of dough baked, is that correct?
Yes,
And that's the column that would correlate to the condition limits reflecting on daily throughput, is that correct?
correct.
Okay, so when the hearing was concluded on April 3rd last time, was this format or this type of record set up at that time to track that daily limit?
No.
No. Okay, when did that first
We
happen?
actually turned them in on a monthly basis,
Okay.
and they were mostly invisible to most people.
Okay, so you didn't have it for the first month?
No, I sure could have used them the night before the hearing, too.
Okay, so I just want to go through this. As we go down, the daily, that's the quantity of dough baked that day. And the daily limit was, at that time, was 6,777 pounds for white and wheat. Is that correct?
6667 or 6. That's correct.
Or was it,
I have to look myself.
hold on, 6667?
Yes,
Okay. So going down to, first of all, April 9th, and looking at line 2, oven 2, the white and wheat line, the pounds reflected on that day was 11,317 and 91.91.
yes,
Okay, so that was over the limit, almost, almost 5,000 pounds?
correct.
Okay. And then, is it your understanding that this spreadsheet accurately reflects the throughput of the facility?
Yes,
Okay. So on the other days in that column for white and wheat with respect to line 2, oven 2, where they exceed the limit of 6667, you would agree that that is a violation of that condition?
yes,
Okay. And the same goes for on Exhibit 3, which is the spreadsheet reflecting the throughputs on for May?
yes,
Okay. Now you said that part of these exceedances were also due in part to new business that the company was bringing in. that you were more successful than you had anticipated?
Yes?
Okay. Now, when you were bringing in that new business, did you give thought at all to those throughput limits?
It took a couple of weeks for us, yes, I did. It took a couple of weeks for Montrose to get these reports assembled for us. As I said, I went to Chicago to try to launch a couple of other breads. It wasn't until probably around the third week or so of calendar April that I had a chance to start reviewing the reports.
Why was it taking so long to get that information? Was it particularly, what made it difficult to get that information going forward from the date of issuance of the order?
I found out that our people, we didn't have the bandwidth to do it, and I didn't know whether they could do it accurately. And when I sat down and interviewed them and asked them questions, they knew how to put certain numbers in and to get them into pounds produced, but they weren't quite sure about all the calculations, nor was I. I talked to my engineering staff, and they were familiar with it, but didn't feel they had the expertise either to produce the full reports, and so that's why I turned to Montrose and asked them to catch up, from the very 1st of April. And I think even in my timeline that I presented in the spreadsheet, you'll see that that's exactly what we did, is I asked them to go back in that text to start producing the report in this format.
And at the first hearing, though, you testified under oath that you thought you could comply with these limits. I guess, and now you're testifying that, you want new limits that you think you can comply with, but why should we believe that?
Well, I have to be honest, I was pretty much a novice at trying to do this, and as I said, overnight of trying to pull together what little data I could from previous months, mostly last year. That's what I was dealing with. I didn't process the information right. I didn't understand as thoroughly as I should the conversions, and it resulted in some erroneous judgments.
As you go forward, what happens if additional new business comes to Gold Coast? What are you going to do?
Well, I'd like to think that we've captured the reports and the tracking that we have now. The last page of the slideshow shows a realistic presentation of how we would expect to grow. I'm trying to take into consideration almost the ultimate capacity that's left in those lines to sell. Although we may not need it, certainly it is there, and the only other mitigation we can do is to turn business away, in which case it presents other financial problems for the business.
You mentioned that there's another bakery in Illinois where you've transferred some business?
We have a small bakery in Illinois that's about the size of this room.
Okay. And are there any other bakeries in your company? Any other facilities?
Very small artisan bakery.
Pardon?
It's a very small artisan bakery.
Okay. Does
Let me
Gold,
give you an order of magnitude. The orders for out there are about 700 loaves a day.
Okay.
So not exactly an industrial bakery. It's just those two breads, I could get them into that plant, so I endeavor to do that.
does Gold Coast have the ability to subcontract any of the work that it's currently getting?
The growth, the breads that we have that are under growth now coming in, the specific language that doesn't allow us to subcontract, and we owe that to the customer.
Okay. And is that a term that is negotiable with any of these customers?
I don't know.
Have you tried?
No.
Why not?
We haven't. It's their terms. They're very large national customers, and really difficult to get these people not to want us to own the breads that we make for them, but to subcontract it means that we would have to be out monitoring and assuring the same quality standards that we give to breads.
Are you familiar with how the VOC emissions have been calculated by your consultant,
Yes,
the details of that?
yes.
Okay.
I know how to put the numbers in the spreadsheet and use use the average pounds, percentage.
And do you know if they are using the district's emission factors in those
I
calculations?
can't definitely say yes. No, I can't definitely say yes. He's explained to me what he's doing. I don't know that I have a handbook of the emission factors used by the AQMD.
Okay.
I only have certain examples that I referred him to.
Okay. And in Exhibits 2 and 3, there are emissions calculations on those spreadsheets. Do you see those on the far right?
Yes, okay, you're referring to the right side.
Yeah. Are those the emissions that were used in your PowerPoint presentations? Do you know?
I would have to look at the source data, but this is our source data for the report and my summary, which went into this table. But I'd have to look at all the data to see if it's the same. But if this is our full report, yes, this is the data that was used.
Okay. And with respect to the column in Exhibits 2 and 3 that is labeled the quantity of yeast in baked dough, is that,
It's the actual percentage by formula.
so for different, I guess,
Yes.
orders, there may be different yeast
So if we
components?
made
in-
1,000 pieces that weighed a pound apiece, and the bread called for 2% yeast, that calculation would be done that way.
Okay.
Specifically, if it was 2.7 pounds, it would, 2.7%, it would be going in that way. So the staff has to actually calculate each running bread.
Okay. And they maintain records for each order that is processed on a daily basis
do.
of how much yeast is in it?
Yes, they do.
How many days a week is Gold Coast currently operating?
The bakery is open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Certain lines do not run that schedule. They run more, sometimes less, depending on orders.
Okay. And in calculating the new proposed limits in the revised proposed findings, how did you come up with the daily limit and the monthly limit?
So per that slide I presented for Oven 2, I took a look at the changes in growth that we've had. First April was a big growth month. May was a big growth month. I looked at the changes for each month and calculated by the number of line hours what capacity was remaining on Oven 2. And that's where I derived the poundage for both a full month of white-in wheat and as well as sourdough. I did the projections on both and then added them together and determined what the peak would be based on the peaks that we had already recorded. And that's a matter of scheduling, how much a customer actually orders to complete.
Okay.
So it's although I did a calculation, and in hindsight, we didn't have a control in place to say, whoops, we can't run that much, add it all up. We're still doing it backwards, right? We're recording the data afterwards. But I see opportunities for us to learn how to put in place some governance on big orders and make sure.
Okay. For example, I mean, when I look at condition 2C, it proposes a monthly limit of 363,990 pounds for the month, yet a daily limit of 30,000 pounds, 30,454 pounds per day, which on a daily limit, you would reach that monthly limit in approximately 12 days. Are you saying that oven, I mean, only operates on average that amount, 12 days per month, or is this just?
No, and that's a projected max per day, and I don't under any pretense think that's going to happen every day.
Okay.
So no.
What's the maximum capacity of line 2, oven 2 on a daily basis?
it's a little over 2 million pounds.
Okay. It could produce 2 million, it could take a throughput of 2 million?
Oh, I'm sorry, you said in a day.
Yeah, what's the, no, I'm,
In a month, it's
what's,
about 2 million pounds, that'd be 30 divided by that.
okay,
So about 67, say 70,000 pounds, average.
okay. So,
It has the ability to run more depending on the size of the bread and the rate of the bread
Okay.
going through. All of
Okay.
these factors are difficult to capture.
so conditions 2C and 2D together are about 2 million pounds. So do these two conditions anticipate sort of the maximum throughput of line 2, oven 2?
Yes. Yes, although I tried to modulate that with what I saw happening on the lines in terms of these swings. If you'll look at our previous data, there are days that exceed by a few pounds. There are a few days that exceed by 4,000 or 5,000 pounds. There are a few days that actually are up in the high 20s. And that was mainly the highest ones in April. May hasn't exhibited quite that much swing. Most of it has to do with filling the pipeline. So certain days we had quite a bit of yeast going through line 2 and oven 2 when oven 1 was full. And those were pipeline fills when we hit 29,000 pounds of white and wheat dough.
Going forward, do you have the ability to keep track throughout a day as to where your throughput is at and whether or not you're going to violate it on any given day?
We're going to start reporting this week internally what that is and trying to give some tools to our scheduling department to better understand and predict so they can schedule better.
Is that a no?
We don't have in place that. Would you ask the question again?
Yeah, do you have the ability right now to determine whether, as a day is going forward, at any point during that day, do you have the ability to determine whether or not you're going to exceed that throughput limit and stop production? Or is it something where you're going to violate it and then do your record keeping later and figure out, oh, we violated last week?
No, we don't have anything in place right this moment. One of my goals this week is to see what we can put in place on large orders to mitigate that.
Okay.
Never done it before. I'm going to give it a shot.
Okay. With respect to your construction schedule, will they be working, how many days a week will they be working to complete the different items in that schedule?
I've been told Plump Engineering will work up to 5 days per week, and the duct crew will be working in 6-day weeks.
Okay. Any way they can work 7 days a week?
The bid that they gave us, I don't know that they can work. I guess they could work overtime. I don't know. I didn't ask them. It would raise the cost of the project significantly. These are very skilled people with, in these jobs.
Okay.
So I did not ask that because it would push the price out significantly.
Did you actually find out what that price would be, or did you just assume it would be too much?
No, I assumed. They all know we wanted to keep the price, under control. And we've already seen pretty significant increases. In fact, the AdWest people originally were owners of setting the oxidizer and doing the ductwork. They pulled out of the oxidizer set and wiring it. I had to move that to Plump Construction. And so it's not due to price. They just changed their MO for what they want to do as an engineering company. And that's taken a while to negotiate. We know that what they've dropped, that I've asked Plump to bid on. I was in contact with them today, in fact, trying to find out how that's coming along. We know that there'll be some significant spend yet unaccounted for, which will put the cost of the project in excess of what it was originally slated to be. So back to the question of could they move it up by working Saturdays and Sundays? For construction and for Sundays on the ducts, once the ducts come in, yes, it could. No, I don't know what that price would be.
Okay. Would you be willing to request some information from the company on what that would cost?
Yes, I could ask the question.
And is there an additional amount that the facility could pay to expedite that project?
I don't know. I wouldn't know. We'd have to have our hands around the numbers, put it in, see if we could actually afford it. Like I said, I've yet to account for what we have to make up with Ad West pulling out.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I was looking over my notes from the last hearing, and I can't tell. I had some questions, and I don't know if they were answered. You presented in Exhibit D, construction project timeline. I had a question that I think I must have asked, but I don't see it in my notes. Were these timelines and construction schedule based on the amount of money that could be paid by the company?
No.
No, okay.
And may I ask for clarity? We're talking 3 schedules. One was the original schedule that I put together. One is the schedule that you see here before you today, and one will be the final published schedule that has some modifications that I represented about ducting. Are you speaking about all 3 of those? Because all 3, I want to qualify that none of those had to do with price.
Okay. Can you succinctly just remind us, when we were here for the last hearing and we put the limits that currently are in the order, the 6,667 pounds in a day, 200,000 pounds in a calendar month for white and wheat, line 2, what did you base that on? What exactly was that based on, that estimate?
It was based on our production reports, which are vastly different than the data that we generate here, because this data is far more comprehensive that we generate now. But the production reporting I had was limited. It was based on last year. It was behind our current rates of production, and I made a number of errors in coming up with the totals, and clearly predicting that a peak would be the average was also an error.
So, how do you know what the quantity of dough is baked in any day?
But based on formula and that we use, for each dough, for each product, we have batching sheets that are confirmed, and once that dough is produced, there are some line losses along the way, and then the final count has to do with what is actually produced from the oven, and that goes into determining what the total pounds baked per day are.
And you don't know that for some time after the day is over?
It takes about a day to roll up each day's information.
Okay, so you could know that within a day,
Within a day, yes.
but not the day of?
Not the day of. We could predict the day of, but due to line loss, we won't know what the actual is.
How much of an aberration is line loss? I mean, is it a very small percentage?
6 to 10%.
Okay, so you could probably calculate in advance knowing what you're putting in it?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't keep that information?
No,
And you weren't keeping track of that information when you came to the hearing last?
not for this purposes, no. In other words,
you have
it wasn't rolled up that way, and it wasn't related to emissions or limits.
Okay, well, keeping emissions out, because emissions are a different calculation, just knowing whether you're able to meet what was put into the order of the current order, when we were last here, you knew at that time you did not have in place a way to know day to day what you were,
No, I didn't, what I had was information that was really summaries of our previous months that I tried to extrapolate, and I didn't do a very good job of it.
okay, but you didn't do a good job of it. Now it's April.
Learned a lot.
Okay. Is it or is it not basic to the work that you do at your facility to know how much dough you're putting through a particular
Yes.
line? Okay, so why do we see so many days that are well above?
Because the growth of the bread in white and wheat versus sourdough in line 2 is what causes our problems with reporting. I didn't anticipate through the data that I had that line 2 with its mostly sourdough bread was going to pick up that much white and wheat bread.
Between the 6th of April, sorry. When did this, the 3rd? April 3rd and April 9th, there was a pickup?
Yes? Oh, even it began late March, but it was surprising to us how that sustained and continued to grow.
Okay, but we were here
April 3rd,
on April 3rd,
yes.
and you did not know that you had
Did
picked
not
up.
know the velocity was going to be that consistent or growing in white and wheat that fast.
Wouldn't you have already have gone through the sales contracting? You would have already had that business?
Yes,
Should-
but they don't launch, a lot of times in this case, they don't launch all of their distribution centers or their stores at one time. We get those gradually. Sometimes we get a region, sometimes we get a state. We're doing that right now. We have a number of stores in Southern California with a very large client, national client. They've only released the product that is being trialed locally. But we anticipate it'll go nationally, so it just depends on when they pull the trigger. That's what I meant by loading up sometimes when a customer says all of a sudden we want to roll this to a number of states. We need the fulfillment done by this date. That would cause peaks. So I'm trying to take some of that into account by examining the peaks, for instance, in that last slide, and projecting from the peaks.
Okay. Ms. Barrera asked if you have a way of quantifying in a day, throughout that day, whether you might be going over. And you said you're going to look into that and you're going to give it a shot. But you just told me that despite the loss, which is what says 6 to 10% possibly line loss, that you do know as you're feeding raw materials in, you have some idea of what's being baked.
We don't have an automated system to do that. What I'm going to attempt to do is to take a projected schedule for the next day and have the pounds laid out and do a simple calculation showing normal line loss to see if I find peaks that we should be scheduling in a different way.
Okay, I'm still not understanding
pick and-
how.
pick and choose.
Who puts the raw materials in through the oven?
Well, the bakers under supervision run a schedule, and from that schedule, that's what I'm going to attempt to use so that we know. So a schedule will call for a certain amount of bread to be made. It addresses the line loss that we expect so that we have enough bread to fill the order.
Let's stop there.
That's what I'm going to do.
A schedule, what does the schedule say? Does it say this is how much bread we're going to produce today?
Yes.
Okay, so you know.
Yes.
Okay. So you should know in advance because you've now scheduled on June 18th this much bread to be produced.
Yes. I'm going to use that to try to predict what the highest outputs are for white and wheat.
Okay. Shouldn't you know then on June, or let's say April 9th, shouldn't you know on that day, you already have a schedule, shouldn't you know that day that 11,317, give or take 6 to 10%, is going to be produced and that will be above 6,600, whatever?
I'm going to try to take the schedule that we have that outlines how many pieces of bread that we have and convert it using some of the same formatting to pounds of bread, pounds of yeast. and to do it in advance of the run rather than after the consumption of the run.
Okay. Why are we looking at exhibits 2 and 3? And we're looking at one day, I think, in all of these days, where you were somewhat close to 30,454 pounds of white and wheat dough. Why are you proposing that be a daily limit when you haven't even approached that?
As I said, what I tried to do was to anticipate what the remaining capability of the line was, so that with line 3, oven 1 at capacity, the growth of pan loaf bread will go into line 2, oven 2. So that last slide that I had mentioned it is my way of looking at how I will how much capacity there is left, and dividing it up into the same growth rates of white and wheat versus sourdough. I divided them that way to come up with that 30,000.
Okay, so let me just try to understand this. Right now, the way the order reads, am I looking at the right one? No, that's the revised proposed. But how it reads under 2, condition 2C, 2 says, Gold Coast shall minimize excess emissions by taking the following actions. But if I understand what you're saying with regard to line 2, oven 2, white and wheat dough, there is no minimization. You're trying to give yourself a daily limit that is your capacity?
No, I'm sorry. I was listening intently at the question. I wish you would ask it one more time.
I'm just wondering, are you saying that 30,454 pounds per day of white and wheat is your capacity based on what you're projecting your growth could be? So it's not really minimizing a daily?
I'm saying that if our previous peaks would hold true, for instance, white and wheat showing in April at 26,000 pounds, that I'm believing that the frequency, that a maximum similarly with additional growth on the line could reach 30,454.
So we may as well not, I'm trying to understand, we may as well not have a limit, because what you're doing is maximizing the limit to potential maximum growth.
I'm trying to accommodate the growth because we're trying to be profitable, to sustain the business and complete this $800,000 oxidizer project.
Okay. Is it still true, as you testified last hearing, that even if there was no additional growth, that you could finish the project financially?
If there's no additional growth, we could finish the project? Is it?
Yes,
I
that's the
don't
question.
remember ever saying that.
Okay, well, you did agree to an order that limited throughput and that had the project completed.
Yes.
Did you
And
believe
I
that
was
to
in
be
er-
attainable?
I believed that at that time, and I was in error.
So it's your testimony now that unless you can continue to grow the business, you will not be able to finish the project.
That's correct.
Okay, so either the hearing board increases to the amounts you're requesting, or the project cannot be completed.
It won't be able to be funded. We won't generate enough money to pay for this project.
Okay, well,
And I believe conversely, if we can continue to grow and provide the cash flow, that we can bring it in at least that soon, and I can keep encouraging the duct contractor to get in a couple weeks earlier, and maybe we can complete it even that much earlier.
my final questions have to do with, I'm trying to understand VOCs and what you're estimating. And I'm trying to compare the table in the original order. First of all, I'm looking at Exhibit E at the table for excess emissions. You want to just delete pounds per day? That column?
I'm sorry, what,
I'm looking at page 4 of Exhibit E, which is the revised proposed findings and decision.
Oh, that's one.
I'm trying to understand why the pounds per day column is all crossed out for excess emission.
I'd like to ask you to do that.
I did that, and the reason was that the district was recalculating excess emissions based on the most current information. Now, as it turns out, I believe everything except VOC is probably going to remain the same because those are combustion emissions. The VOC emissions, just the revised.
I wanted to try to get a handle on
Okay,
what
this-
was what was estimated and what
Right.
we're
Let me
anticipating.
explain. The table on page 4 was from an earlier draft that somehow made its way into this. The correct excess emission calculations should be taken, let's see, 0.11, I guess everything's pretty much the same, except for the VOC. The VOC column did not include the VOC emissions from the yeast in the bread from the ovens. The VOC excess emissions from the previous findings had oven 2, 1.574 pounds per day, oven 3, 1.283 pounds per day, total pounds per hour, and a total of 2.857. Oven 2, pounds per day, 37.654, oven 3, 30.800, and a total of 68.454. Those would necessarily increase under the new proposed throughputs. And we were going to rely on the district to develop that.
Okay,
I will have a witness to talk about excess emissions.
okay, I'll wait on all that. Other questions, board members? Mr. Balagopalan?
Yes, Mr. Cannon, I know in one of your slides, you assume that the completion of the RTO installation refers to the RTO being installed and ready to test. So when is the RTO going to be commissioned and in operation, not testing?
In operation by 9:30,
9,
September 30th.
Wait, no, it's going to be ready by once the ducting's installed, right? About a week after. And it's got the.
Would you please ask the question again?
I'm trying to clarify, I
Pull
think,
out the schedule too, but at the same time.
sure. You had on, I think on the, I think it's the third slide, fourth slide, including the cover page, where it says suggestion to clean up slide 3 review to the order. You had for clarification, item 4 on the next page, GCB assumes upon completion of the RTO installation refers to the RTO being installed and ready to test.
Right.
So does that mean that's when it'll be, all the ductwork will be completed, the RTO will be running and be controlling emissions? So, what I'm trying to get is, what is the date?
Fine too.
Oh, okay,
That you
so
anticipate the RTO to be running and controlling emissions?
I was pointing to, firstly, I was pointing to that because in the original order, there was a reporting that needed to be done to AQMD staff upon completion of the RTO installation. And I wanted to qualify that when I understand that, means that the RTO has been installed and is ready to test. On our schedule here, it will be punch list and closed on 9/13, and we will begin training the employees with the SECO people, and then a separate group of people will come in after they turn it over to us to learn, and we've learned to operate and maintain it. Within that 2-week period, I have to submit by the end of this month a source testing protocol, and at that point, when it's operational, we would start doing the source testing.
Yeah.
We hope to have that all done before the 30th, which is the final.
And really, I'm not too concerned with the source test. My question is, when will the RTO be running to control emissions?
When will it be turned on?
It'll be turned on probably the Monday after it's punch listed and closed out, meaning it's safe and all facets of it have been.
So 9/13 is a Friday, so the following Monday? So that'll be,
That's what we would expect.
so be the 14, 15, 16th then. So you should have the
15,
RTO
14, 15, 16th, yes.
16, so the RTO will be up and, will be running.
I agree, yes.
And, because all the duct will be completed, all the commissioning, everything will be done by then, and all the testing, because the
No,
punch
but-
list and close out.
Commissioning will begin. The punch list means that we've gone through the machine and made sure that it runs properly, that all the safeties work, the gas flow valves, the gas train closes when it's supposed to,
Right.
that sort of thing. It's safe to turn over to us. And we'll
So-
start the next week with the operation, which will be training.
Yeah, but it'll be running while
Yes.
you're doing the training.
Yes.
So it'll be controlling the BOC emissions from the.
Yes.
From the, okay. So about the
Maybe
16th.
not from the first day, but yes.
Sure, okay. So even before the end of September, you should have the, mid-September roughly, you should have the RTO running.
Yes.
Okay. And you could potentially look at maybe accelerating that date.
Yes.
Now, you bought the, the vendors of the RTO, now they are not doing they don't have anything to do with the RTO commissioning of
They are going to start it up with us and train our people.
the vendor, who is that?
SECO.
Seco, so it's not, because the brand is, before you said it was by, Edwest.
Ed West originally.
But
Ed
so,
West is owned by SECO now.
oh, it's owned by Seco now, okay, so but they're not responsible for the ductwork.
SECO and a division of SECO called K&B is doing the ductwork.
The duct, so what is Plum doing?
Plum is the project manager. They did the design for the project, and they're managing, under this phase, managing construction.
Okay. Okay. Now, on April 3rd, we had testimony, from your CFO that the financial was the main reason why this whole project got delayed. So I think the chair asked the same question. Is that a factor moving forward in the, on the pace of on the RTO installation?
Our continued growth is a factor.
Okay, but if if you do happen to lose a customer in between now and then, would that affect the timeline?
Yes, it would, of course, it would depend on how large the customer is, what the financial impact is. It could affect the timeline. If it's a small customer or we have other business replacing it, which we have a lot in the pipeline, maybe it wouldn't.
So essentially asking the order to adjust your financial based on when you can comply with the requirement of the permit condition, basically. Let me, okay, never mind. Now let me rephrase. let me move on from that.
We do have Mr. Dozier here if questions come up about the financial situation and what his testimony was last time about the need for growth.
And my recollection is that we returned those documents, the financial documents that we received?
They're lodged with the
With my
council's office.
And will we have any type of evidence of the sort to see, you know, to back or to provide evidence of statements being made that this cannot proceed absent the growth?
Well, the documents I originally provide show that.
I can-
Why don't we let Mr. Dozier address that if
When
we get to it?
Mr. Dozier? Okay. Sorry, Mr. Balagopalan, you can finish your question.
Oh, okay. Did basically, I think Ms. Bruce asked a question, basically increasing your production to it appears, I think based on Ms. Barrera's question too, you're like line 2, oven 2 is basically the 30,000 is really up to your capacity of that, close to that unit, 2,000 pounds per month. That's the capacity of the unit basically. Now, initially that was considered a sort of a mitigation you were going to take by reducing production to, while you come in, phase in your construction. And I know the other thing that you were planning, you moved some of your production to Ohio, out of the state. And you're limiting some production in some of the oven. Is there anything else you can do to mitigate this emission increase that you're asking for?
You gotta lean up and talk into the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the single biggest thing is we're going to attempt to read the schedule better and to assure we don't have some of the larger runs that have yeast in them to run over the daily limits.
Okay, but that's really not really reducing emissions per se.
No.
No. And that's short of this, it looks like there's nothing else you can do to the other ovens to take up the slack or reduce emissions to offset emissions from here.
No, the RT, there's only one RTO. It's
RTO running.
on oven 1.
So the only thing left in a way, because you got a very, I felt at that time too, that 6 months was a very generous period of time for you to put in the RTO, is to try to see if you can accelerate that installation of the RTO, considering now that you're actually increasing your production.
Yes.
Okay, and would you be open to a more aggressive installation date of the RTO?
Yes, I'd be open to it.
And what would your recommendation be for the earliest you can get that up and?
I don't know. I haven't considered that. I've been pushing to get the schedule that we had. Remember the original, when we spoke before the first hearing, was about a month and a half out further than October 17th. We tried to do a more aggressive schedule, get it to October 17th. I've been working every hour I possibly could spend on this project to bring it in as quick as we could.
Would August, end of August be
I don't know
realistic?
what else we could do.
If we were to require to get it up and running by the end of August, is that something that's feasible?
The only way I know that would happen would be if we hired more people to work longer hours on this project.
Ducting. Can't get ducting.
It's all about money, right? So if that's what you're asking, could we spend more money to do it faster?
No, I'm not asking, because right now you don't have to do roof reinforcement. So that was initially taking about 20 days.
Right.
So that timeline is reduced there essentially.
And yes, and in this case, the AdWest company, which originally was going to do the ducts, no longer willing to do it. Their parent company has someone else in their group that's going to do it, and the soonest they can do it is stated on here. They've said that these are worst-case scenarios. I ask them almost every day, what have you done? Can you do any more? Right now, that's the best they can do. I even threatened them with taking the business away to give it to another company, and I got an estimate by Plump Engineering. It was no better than that because they would have to go out and find someone to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, additional questions for Mr. Cannon? Senator?
That you have the installation of the RTO by July 31st? That's on
It'll be
page-
assembled on its pad, and yes,
By July 31st.
yes.
And then, of course, the rooftop should be done by July 15th, something like that.
Correct.
Okay. Next question. Since you've been here since April 3rd, you got additional work orders since April 3rd?
Do you mean?
Did you get additional work orders to produce more?
Yes.
Okay. But when you were here last, you said that you would have all this work done by June 30th. You couldn't do it by, one moment, please. You'd have the work done by July 11th, because you couldn't do it by June 30th, 2019. That's what you said.
I think you're looking at the
It's
wrong.
impossible. On page 5, Mr. Cannon presented evidence.
Which exhibit are you looking at?
Huh?
Are you looking at what exhibit are you looking at?
Exhibit E.
That's E, that's the proposal.
But he still said he couldn't do it. That's relevant. He said he could do it one day and he couldn't do it another, and yet he has a date here that he can do it by July the 11th. And I'm trying to find out what changed. Did you get additional work orders that you had to produce?
I see. Are you referring to this, by the way?
No, I'm referring to
The revised modified order.
revised. They're quoting you what you haven't stated, what you stated earlier in April 3rd. That makes this current.
I only have in front of me the revised one, so.
Maybe I could clarify here.
No, he said, Mr. Cannon presented evidence at the hearing attesting to the impossibility of meeting the June 30th, 2019 date. He testified that Gold Coast is expected to complete foundation work of RLG by July 2019.
May I offer some clarification?
Please do.
I've said back then in April, and I'll say it again today, and it's in the context of so much, maybe it's lost. The construction schedule that we offered up as the Gold Coast Bakery construction schedule was done by me and my staff, mirroring the original 2018 construction schedule as best we knew how, in order to get a feel for what that schedule might look like. I've never represented that is the true construction schedule. What I've said is that this is a schedule we believe that is a good approximation. Once we reunite and engage the engineers, that the engineers will have to find out if our permits were still relevant, and they are, to find out if the general contractor who did so much work to get ready for this project was still willing to do the project, and they would have to go out and get bids on new prices and then come up with a new schedule. And this is from, I can submit it from both the engineer and the general contractor. This is the work that I got just a couple of days ago. It is what we are committing to. There is a slight revision that I made here with regards to the ductwork based on final negotiations with those people, and a final version by Plump and Todd, Plump Engineering, Todd Construction, was given to me early this morning in an email.
Now, you consider that table of scheduling to be evidence, is that correct?
Yes?
Right. And there was also evidence that you presented, evidence that it could not be done by June 30th. But you also, that evidence say then, they could be done by July 11th, period. That's the evidence then. Now, since the evidence is not changing, the date, is that frozen date now, that in this new schedule?
I think the senator's question is assuming some facts that aren't quite in evidence. 'Cause
Yes,
I think what happened was, the original order said complete the pad by June 30th.
That's correct, and that was
We-
based on the last
We
hearing.
submitted an original modification petition to have that modified to July 25th, which was in the original Exhibit D that we submitted at the April 3rd hearing, which called for the site work and foundation to be completed by 25 July 2019. Then we've submitted a revised petition to modify, to address these other issues about the throughput limitations, and by that time, we had a better schedule that showed that the pad could actually be completed by July 11th, so the company would not need until July 25th. So they couldn't meet June 30th, but they don't need until July 25th, they can do it by July 11th.
Well, you said right here, he testified that at that time, it could be done by July the 11th. I'm walking you through it, yeah.
I think you're in the wrong, okay, you're looking at Exhibit E, is that correct?
Exhibit E,
E, that's from today's hearing, that's not from the last hearing.
but it is written as he testified, they told me, when he testified before, these are the things he testified to.
No, it's proposed to reflect today's hearing.
And in fact, the original schedule that we showed everyone, the date from the original schedule did not show up accurately in the order. I don't know why, but it wasn't the date that we offered.
Okay. When you were here last, I recall that you're not going, you made a statement that you were not, the emission will not be exceeded because you're going to freeze the production level. You would only produce orders that you had. You would not produce excess to put on the shelf. And that way you control additional emissions. Said that. And then you also said you lost orders and lost contracts because you have to add an additional RTO. And so therefore, that being a requirement, you could not meet or maintain the emission levels that were required, and therefore you lost contract. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that.
The testimony regarding the loss of if I could paraphrase hopefully correctly, the RTO could not, according to the testimony last time and the evidence presented, the RTO could not be installed previously or in time because of the loss of a major customer in 2018. And that we have from Mr. Dozier, who has not yet testified today, but his testimony last time and his declaration did state they expect that sales for those customers will increase over the next several months, and that would generate hopefully enough positive cash flow.
Revenue.
So that was what we heard at the last
That's what I
hearing.
heard that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Kennedy? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Cannon, so this projected timeline that you give us now, this timeline is based on logistics and getting all the vendors and everybody doing their part here. So it's nothing, it really doesn't have anything to do with the financial limitation or anything. This is more logistics, this timeline you presented here.
This schedule was put together by the engineers based on their resources and the timing to get materials and to do the work.
Okay, so is it contingent of them then being paid at a certain time and then they?
Yes, they're in the both their proposals, they request to be paid, upon certain completion levels. And in our purchase order, we reflect those intervals. And may I say that the engineer, the project engineer, I won't use their name, recognizes that we're very sincere and we have had financial difficulty and has worked with us on that. So we're thankful for that.
Okay, thank you.
So they did a schedule before they got paid, in other words, this time. And so we're thankful that they're working with us.
Any other questions?
I have some redirect.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to, obviously, one of the key concerns here is the 6,667 pound per month daily limit that was agreed to, that has been exceeded. Mr. Cannon, I'm going to ask you some questions to explain how this all came about. Do you recall, did we get draft proposed findings from the district the afternoon of before the day of the hearing?
Yes, we did, approximately 4:30.
Okay, and did that include for the first time potential throughput limits?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do to try to come up with throughput limits in terms of the rest of that night and onto the following day?
There was no one to refer to. I went to the production office and gathered up all the summaries that I could, as well as our routine monthly reporting. And I took that and tried to construct what we'd anticipate. And, knowing that we had sales coming in, didn't know which sales would come in, by certain dates. It's always something we anticipate. I'm in a daily new product development meeting that tells us how customers are feeling about projects, what they enjoy, what they want us to do to change, to get something ready, when they might be ready to place an order. So I hear some of that. I tried to put all of that together into a plan.
Did you feel you had some reasonable basis for determining a monthly throughput limit?
At the time, I did the best I could with what information I pulled together.
Okay.
I realize now that there was a lot of data missing.
Did you have
that I could have used.
did you have information regarding peak days at that time?
I did have some information about peak days. However, it was mainly from the first part of the year, first 3 months of the year.
Okay. At that point, had you seen a significant pickup in business?
Not significant, no.
Okay. Did you, at the time you came up with I think you testified that you just divided the 200,000 pounds per month by 30 to come up with a daily limit?
Yes.
Did you understand at that time the significance of a daily limit in terms of limiting peak days?
I'll bet I did, but not having sleep for about 40 hours because I had worked through the previous 2 days, probably wasn't on my best.
Okay. So, I mean, but I have no further questions.
I'm concerned about time, so what I'd like to do is take any additional questions. I think we need information on some financial constraints, and we'll definitely need information on VOCs and any increase. Senator,
This is
last
simple.
question.
Again, to make sure it's clear to me, on page 5, they're quoting Mr. Cannon's,
Page 5 of what? Are we back on Exhibit E?
yes,
Okay.
they record, you testifying, that's April 3rd is when you made these statements, is that correct?
No, he testified today at this hearing. That's what these findings are designed to reflect.
These are proposed findings that the respondent Gold Coast is requesting that we will accept
Oh, it's before the fact.
to modify, and so these are proposed findings based on what they're going to be presenting and have presented
I
today.
will admit, it's
I'm
not, you have a point, Senator. I will admit it is confusing here because I talk about the April 3rd hearing and not clarify that
That's
the
right.
testimony here was about the today's hearing. So we should make that clear. So I apologize for that.
Okay, and so therefore now, it'll be done in July 31st. That's the order now, that's what we're stipulating to.
We're proposing July 11th.
Well, on page 7, complete installation RTO by July 31st.
Right. But July 11th is the pad for the, that it's going to set
We
on.
get the bed, all right? And you'll install the rooftop, everything but the rooftop by July 15th.
Yes.
The duct supports, yes.
Deluxe.
The supports.
Okay, one's the foundation and one is the final equipment, RTO. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, unless there are any other pressing questions, we should take at least a short break. Well, can everyone do with a little over 5-minute break? If we could try to get back by 10 after, would that
That's fine.
be fair?
The district has the board's copies of the financial information that was presented at the last hearing. I don't know if the witness is going to refer to that or if the board would like to have that in front of them before the CFO testifies, because I have it with me and I could pass that out.
Was the chair contemplating maybe continuing this to, so,
The chair would like not to, but the chair will if we're not finished.
to the extent you want more information on financial things, I suspect Mr. Dozier may have to do some additional prep. I don't know, unless it depends on how specific you want, so.
I just think we will need some substantiation of, if we don't increase to this extent, we will not be able to pay for the RTO installation. It's whatever that is,
Okay.
whether it's, however you want to present it.
Okay.
And we can do that when we come back, but I think we can do that as long as there's no objection, Mr. Coleman, from passing out, and then we would
No objection.
gather them again. Okay, so why don't we do that during or after the break, because Ms. Brary should take a break too. So we will take a break and try to get back at 10 after. Okay, we're off. Now we are back on the record, and I just want to give a quick reminder to the hearing board members. We are receiving these financial documents which are confidential, and so if we are going to refer to them in any questioning, please refrain from using any specifics and trying to give a more general question with regard to perhaps trends or generalities, so as not to convey any confidential information. And we'll return these at the end. And if we're ready, we'll move to Mr. Dozier.
Okay, thank you. I call Mr. Bill Dozier. Mr. Dozier, please state your name and spell it for the record.
It's Bill Dozier, D-O-Z-I-E-R.
Were you sworn as a witness earlier this afternoon?
I was.
And you understand you're testifying under oath?
Yes.
You testified at the April 3rd hearing regarding the need for the company to grow, expand, get new business in. Can you characterize how that process is going in terms of the financial situation and the changes you've seen since April?
Yes. Our financial condition has improved somewhat. We are still not in a cash flow positive position, but we are moving in that direction. The forecast that I provided back in April included our budget for the remainder of the year. We have not exceeded that budget. We are short of it. Mr. Cannon testified earlier that we had new business come in greater than we had anticipated. That is true with respect to bread and line 2, oven 2, but is not the case for line 4, oven 3. So in totality, we have not obtained more business than I had originally forecasted.
Let me ask, do you have additional information in terms of a forecast going forward that you think will bring you in line with your forecast?
Well, I don't believe that our sales will increase such that it will make up for the shortfall we've had so far, but I believe that to the extent that the new business that we anticipate coming on over the next 3 or 4 months happens, then yes, I believe we'll get to the forecasted cash flow level that I expect we can get to.
And let's see, well, 3 months will almost take us to the completion of the oxidizer installation.
That's correct.
Okay. Based on your knowledge of the company's financial situation, is the growth that would be accommodated by the increased throughput limits here necessary in order to get the cash flow situation to the point where it matches up with your projections?
Yes, absolutely. That's consistent with what I testified to last time I was here. I remember specifically that Mr. Balagopalan had asked me, did we need to grow in order to generate the cash to install the oxidizer? The answer then was yes. It still is yes. We need to grow in order to generate the cash to install it.
I don't think I have any further questions, and the hearing board can, or Ms. Burris.
I'll turn to Ms. Barrera if you have any questions for Mr. Dozier.
Okay. During the last hearing, you had provided financial statements showing losses on a monthly basis for 2000, you provided information for 2018, and it showed losses on a monthly basis, I guess, in 2018. For 2019, what has been, what have the results been?
Sure. We have improved so that our earnings are above break even at this point. We still have capital expenditures, which are cash outflow in addition to earnings. This is an accounting concept where, capital expenditures are not reported on the income statement or P&L. They're separate from that. So, again, our financial performance has improved. It's moving in the right direction, but we are not currently cash flow positive.
I believe that, again, based on the cash flow statement that you provided last time, it showed it ended December 2018 with a cash available of about $585,000. Has that position
I
changed?
thought,
Oh.
Okay, please, let's make sure we are
Yes.
not giving specifics.
Yeah. Has the cash flow position changed from 2018? Cash available position?
No, it has not changed significantly.
Okay. And with respect to, I think you testified to this last time, but I think it's probably worth discussing it again. The margins for your business, are those, what can you say about those in terms of, even though your business is growing, does that, your expenses grow too, I assume, as your revenues grow?
Well, actually, there are, of course, costs associated with making the bread, the ingredients, and the labor associated with it. The rest of our costs, what you'd consider overhead, maintenance, sanitation, things like that, that is relatively fixed. That's the reason why, with additional revenue, we are able to generate cash, is that, so not every single expense item that we have is variable with additional sales. Really, it's just the ingredients and labor.
And does the facility have funds available to perhaps pay for expedited contracts?
We do not know. So again, we will need to continue growing in order to generate the funds to pay for the oxidizer.
So you still do not have that at this point in time?
Correct.
Okay, I have no further questions.
And in fact, Mr. Dozier, now going back over your declaration from last time, last hearing, you did actually say that Gold Coast expects that sales for these customers will increase over the next several months until the additional sales are fully achieved. So this was on April 3rd or thereabouts. Gold Coast would not generate enough positive cash flow to enable it to pay for the oxidizer installation. That was your statement, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, so the additional increases that we're seeing, whether they were properly calculated or not, those were expected.
That's
correct?
right, yes.
And they were, in fact, not just expected, they were necessary in order to ensure, at least according to your testimony last time, that
That's
the
correct,
project
yes.
could go forward.
In the financial documents that I provided, you can see, if you just look at the revenue line, that it shows it going up each month.
Okay. Ms. Byrd?
And I just wanted to confirm from last time too, that nothing has changed with your testimony on that. There is no cash reserve and you are not able to obtain a line of credit.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Balagopalan?
So do you anticipate any issues financially in meeting these timelines that were presented at this time?
Well, if we are able to achieve the revenue growth that we expect, then no, I wouldn't think there would be an issue.
So are you saying that without the higher throughput that is requested, you would not make that revenue, which means you would not make this timeline?
That is correct. Yeah. I mean, just to give a little color to that, it seems like there was, some, error on our part in calculating the daily maximum, but the spirit of what I testified to previously was that we need to grow in order to generate the cash to install the oxidizer. So while it appears there was a calculation error in terms of the pounds per day, I believe I've been very clear that we need to grow in order to install this.
So if you don't grow, you won't install the oxidizer,
Yes, that's correct.
but you still want to operate though?
Well, we would have bigger issues if we're not able to grow since we're not making money. That goes beyond installing the oxidizer.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Dozier? Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Any other witnesses?
No.
Okay, then let's turn it over to Ms. Barrera for, oh, yeah, let's do that. So, the envelope, please. So all the documents we just received with the financials, let's forward those back. Thank you, Senator. Okay. We're up to G, as in goat. Is that right? We have, Madam Clerk, we received a new exhibit that's VOC emissions chart, and I think we're marking it G.
I think this is the districts, though, so it'd probably be in
Oh, I'm sorry.
numerical.
I am so wrong.
I think it'd be Exhibit 4.
4. It's late for me. Okay, Exhibit 4. That's the number we're up to, so we'll mark that as Exhibit 4. Ms. Barrera, you may continue.
The district calls Kambiz Hashfroush. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kambiz, last name Hashfroush. I'm air quality engineer, chemical unit.
And will you please spell your name for the record?
Sorry?
Will you please spell your name for the record?
Kambiz, and last name Hadjforoosh.
Okay. And again, what is your position with the district?
I'm air quality engineer.
And are you the permitting engineer for Gold Coast Baking Company?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked you to prepare some emissions calculations, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you have Exhibit 4 in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, and I asked you to focus on the VOC emissions from the facility's operations and the conditions in the order. Can you explain what this chart is?
Yes. Basically, there are two ovens, line number 2, oven 2, and line number 4, oven 4. We had previously calculated emissions based on the latest information that I had received regarding the throughputs. On line number 2, there are two types of bread, white and wheat and sourdough. On line number 4, oven 3, there's only one type of bread that's processed, and that's white and wheat. These have their own different emission factors, and those emission factors were used after determining what the yeast content was, which was an average yeast content for each of those type of breads. And then the emissions were calculated using the yeast content, which determined the emission factor, which was then used in conjunction with the throughputs to evaluate the daily emissions and the monthly emissions for each oven.
Okay, and would you characterize these emissions calculations as conservative?
Yes.
Okay. So that actual emissions may be less if the yeast content in any particular recipe is less than the factor you use to calculate these emissions.
Yes.
Okay. And under the April 3rd order, is it true that approximately 67 pounds per day of VOC emissions were expected?
From the two ovens, yes.
And just to be clear, did you include the combustion VOC emissions in these calculations?
On this particular evaluation, the combustions were not added, but the combustions are comparatively very, very minor. I think the total changes probably just by 1.3 pounds per day for both ovens.
Okay, so under the April 3, 2019 order, VOC emissions were expected to be approximately 67.05 pounds per day?
Correct.
Okay, and now under the proposed order with the new throughput limits that are being proposed by the company, is it your calculation that it will generate approximately 91.3 pounds of VOC emissions per day?
Correct, based on the throughputs that have been lately declared.
Okay, and both of those numbers are again plus or minus another pound or so for combustion emissions? Okay. Or plus, I guess, not
Plus,
minus, yes. Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Coleman,
Yeah,
questions?
thank you. These are based on the maximum daily throughput. So in order to reach the 91 pounds a day, you'd have to put the maximum throughput through all of those ovens on the same day, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
And those throughputs, those maximums obviously indicated in
Right.
that table.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review the emissions profile from exhibit, the PowerPoint presentation, would have been page, what exhibit was this? F, yeah, exhibit F. Well, I mean, you've also, did you review the daily emissions reports that the company filed with, submitted to the district?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, would it be fair to say that very rarely did peak occurrences happen on the same day? Peak throughputs?
Well, there are some days that the throughputs have increased,
Yeah.
but not every day.
Right. So basically, the daily emissions vary from high to medium to low, and occasionally they're average.
Yes.
Okay. Just a couple of other questions, if I may, just to clarify. Just to verify, did you receive the request to extend the permit application on the RTO that was submitted by the company back in April?
For the extension of the permit to construct?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And did you also receive applications for a new application for permits for the two ovens that were
Yes.
denied? Okay. I have no further questions.
If I may, I had one more question.
Yes.
Okay, maybe a couple more. Did I ask you to calculate the excess emissions generated by the exceedance of the daily limits during April and May?
Yes.
And what were the excess VOC emissions total for April and May?
134.4 pounds of VOC
So, and that's just-
Combined?
combined.
And that's based on you just looked at the throughput exceedances over the 677 pounds or 6677 pounds, that limit. Is that-
Yes. Sorry, the 134.4 pounds is actually for 2 months, so it's not a daily emission. It's actually for over 2 months for oven number 2, covering April and May.
That was the total amount of excess emissions during that 2-month period.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Total above the 666?
Above the, yeah. I mean, in a sense, all of these emissions are excess because they're uncontrolled, okay? So, but to the extent the facility had a limit that it was required to meet and it didn't meet that, I looked at the emissions, I asked him to look at the emissions associated with the throughput above the limit.
And that's what I originally thought, so
Okay.
that is the
And
answer.
so, yeah, so that total is 134 pounds.
Did you have any other questions, Ms. Pereira?
No.
Can I ask you, did you calculate monthly emissions under the order? And the reason why I ask that is because under the April 3rd order, the 6667 pounds per day was the monthly limit divided by 30.
No,
But-
the 6667 was a daily limit.
Right, but it also was the monthly limit divided by 30 days. But in the new proposal, the new proposed order, the daily limit is 30,454, but the monthly limit is only 300-something thousand. That's not, if you were to multiply the daily limit by 30, you'd get 913,000 pounds. So I'm wondering, if we're looking at, because I want to get it more accurate, if we're looking at pounds per day excess, we can't just take one and subtract the other and do that for all the days of the order. We also have to look on a monthly, so.
Right. I think the 6667 on a daily basis, if you look at that, the monthly limit was a 200,000.
Right.
So basically, if you multiply 667 by 30 days per month, you get to that 200,000 number.
That's right.
Now, in this case, when they have put a daily limit of 30,454, the anticipation, I think, I understand, is that would be the maximum that will achieve on any day. But doesn't necessarily mean that they will operate that maximum every day. So you multiply it by 30, then that becomes 900,000.
Right. I'm wondering, if we look on the Exhibit E, and we look on page 7, and we look at 2C, which is the limit for white and wheat dough processed on line 2, oven 2, and we look at the monthly, originally, as it stands today, it was 200,000 pounds per month. Now it will be 363,990 pounds per month. Do you have an estimate of what is the difference in VOC emissions for the month if we were to make that change?
I apologize, but I did not ask him to calculate it on a monthly. I only did a daily basis. Perhaps, I do have some testimony I'd like to get from the inspector, and I don't know if that would provide you with enough time, with the engineer with enough time to do some monthly calculations for us?
For, what's
So
the
to,
total amount of?
so to calculate VOC emissions for 200,000 pounds and then the new limit of,
363,900.
well, hold on, let me go to that portion of the order. Yes, 363,990.
Okay, yeah, I can take care of that.
Yeah, we can take a break, or I can just move to
No,
the
I
inspector.
think it'd be great to move to the inspector,
Okay.
so we could try to get this finished today.
Okay.
Why don't we do that?
Okay.
Okay, we received a two-page chart with line 2, oven 2, pounds per day, I guess. And so we're going to mark that as Exhibit 5.
Okay. The district calls Peter Campbell. Mr. Campbell, did you take the oath to testify truthfully today?
I did.
And what is, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Peter Campbell, first name Peter, last name Campbell.
And what is your position with the district?
I'm an air quality inspector.
Okay. And did you recently conduct an inspection of Gold Coast Baking Company?
Yes,
Okay. And I've placed in front of you Exhibit 5. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
I am.
And what does that exhibit show?
The exhibit shows each day that the facility operated with the amount of dough baked, white and wheat in line 2, oven 2, as well as the total pounds in excess for each of those days, and the total monthly amount of dough baked.
Okay. So on the page 1 of Exhibit 5, how many days did Gold Coast exceed the daily limit of 6,667 pounds?
11 days.
Okay. Now, there's a monthly limit in the April 3rd order also, is that correct?
Yes,
And it was 200,000 pounds per month?
correct.
Okay, and did Gold Coast Baking Company exceed that monthly limit during the month of April?
No,
Okay. Turning to page 2 of that exhibit, are those the figures for May?
yes.
Okay, and on how many days during the month of May did Gold Coast violate the daily limit for line 2, oven 2 with respect to the 6,667 pound limit?
24 days.
Okay, and during the month of May, did Gold Coast violate the monthly limit also?
They did.
Okay, and what was the monthly quantity of exceedance?
In excess of the
Yeah,
monthly limit?
yeah.
113,784.36 pounds.
Okay, and based on the information in this chart, did you issue a notice of violation to Gold Coast?
I did.
Okay, and when did you do that?
I did that on June 14th.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Coleman, excuse me, Mr. Coleman, questions for Mr. Campbell?
Okay. This is pounds of dough processed, right? Not pounds of VOC.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Just wanted to clarify that.
Questions, board members? Mr. Balagopalan?
Mr. Campbell, when you were there, what date did you say you were here? This report?
Sorry?
What date were you there?
I was there on June 14th.
June 14th. Did you see any kind of visible emission or anything like that from the increased production
No.
from the oven? So, okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Mr. Campbell? Okay, thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Okay,
I
the
don't
district recalls Mr. Hashfaroush. Mr. Hashfaroush, I didn't ask you earlier, did you take the oath to testify truthfully today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Have you had a chance now to calculate the VOC emissions based on the monthly limits of, for, I guess, line 2, oven 2? And so for 200,000 pounds, do you have a number for us?
For line 2, oven 2. Oh, sorry. So it's based on 200,000.
So the initial order set a monthly limit of 200,000 pounds. And then the revised order is proposing a limit of 363,990 pounds. Yeah. I think we need a bit more time. Okay.
While we're waiting, is there any other questions anyone would have that could be answered other than by Mr. Hashrush? I actually, while Mr. Hashrush is working on that, I apologize for being out of order, but I had a question for Mr. Cannon, because I'm not sure that it was actually answered. Mr. Cannon, are you representing today that you will, from today moving forward, ensure that on a daily basis you are on top of the daily throughput?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Do you represent today that if you look like you're going to reach 363,990 pounds in line 2, oven 2 of white and wheat dough for the month on July 15th, that you will stop production and not go over the monthly?
Would you ask it one more time?
I want to make sure that you are representing today that you will not exceed the monthly limit that you have set for today's hearing to change and modify the order to 363,990 pounds in any one month.
I'm going to put in place, to the best of my ability, a monitoring system that will enable us to try to avoid that situation.
Okay, I understood. And you just testified that yes, you will, moving forward, monitor and have a way to monitor daily throughput. So you will know, will you not, by the middle of the month if you are going over it. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
For the month.
Will
yes.
you stop if you are going to reach the limit for a month, for the month?
For the new
The 363,990 pounds.
white and wheat on line 2.
That's
Yes.
correct. Yes, you will stop.
Yes,
Okay, and you're representing that today?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any other question? Okay, are we ready?
We're ready. Okay. The district calls Mr. Hashfaroush. So with respect to the condition for line 2, oven 2, what are the VOC emissions associated with 200,000 pounds of throughput?
122.22 pounds per month.
Okay. And then what are the VOC emissions associated with 363,990 pounds of throughput?
222.43 pounds per month.
Do you have any other questions on that, Ms. Barrera?
No, I don't.
Mr. Coleman?
No.
Mr. Ashrush, do you work on or estimate emissions for other similar facilities with regard to baking facilities?
I do have other bakery facilities as part of my work profile. They each are different, but we do similar calculations based on the same principles for VOC determinations.
The question I have, though, is looking at a difference of 100 pounds of VOCs in a month or 24.25 pounds of VOCs in a day. Do you have a basis on which to tell us how significant that those excess emissions are to the environment, to health?
Well, they definitely are significant. I think the whole point of BACT is obviously to control any emissions more than a pound a day under normal circumstances where Rule 1303A applies, which in this case it does, but they're not uncharacteristic of this type of operation, and I have calculated emissions, but most of the emissions that have been calculated before, they've all been controlled by afterburners thermal oxidizers, regenerative thermal oxidizers. So controlled emissions usually significantly less, but obviously in this case we don't have controlled emissions.
And what you've given us as excess emissions, those are total emissions, correct?
Yeah, if these monthly emissions are based on the total throughput of 200,000 pounds.
But if they were controlled, there would be a large percentage less, but they wouldn't be zero.
They wouldn't be zero. Usually 95% is what is required of a thermal oxidizer or afterburner to operate at. So they would not be zero, yes, correct.
Anyone else have questions? Balagopalan?
So if you say 95% reduction, so with 91.3 pounds per day, how much would that be if you put in the?
91, probably about controlled emissions of less than about 5 pounds a day
5 pounds a day with the RTO working.
with an RTO.
They submitted the application for the extension, for the permit to construct. Has that been approved?
For the extension?
For the RTO, for the permit to construct for the RTO?
Yes.
That's
RTO
been-
has already been issued a permit to construct, but obviously the bases were different at the time when it was evaluated. And so I think with the new RTO, we just need to recalculate everything.
So was the RTO different from what they initially had applied for? It's the same RTO, they were just asking for the extension of the permit to construct.
Right.
And so that approval has been given?
The extension approval hasn't been given yet.
Hasn't been given yet. When do you anticipate giving them the?
Actually, it's part of the work that I'm engaged with at the moment, along with other facilities that I'm processing. But that is something that the decision has to be made, obviously, by my manager ultimately.
Because technically, as you're aware, they cannot do construction of the foundation without the permit to construct.
Correct.
So hopefully, it's imminent then when you think that will be issued? Because I'm trying to see if that's going to delay any of this timelines here.
I think it's obviously the applications with the ovens that have been submitted in conjunction with the RTO. I will be processing those. But as far as the extension is concerned, I haven't discussed that with my manager. That's something that needs to be discussed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Ashbush, for doing those calculations.
Sure, thank you.
Any other witnesses, Ms. Barrera?
No.
Okay. Any member of the public wish to be heard? I see none. Mr. Coleman, your closing.
Thank you. I can understand Ms. Barrera's frustration and concern and upsetment. I must say, when I got the call, I was not a happy camper either, because I know how seriously the hearing board takes its orders and how it demands that they be complied with. We have had the proverbial come to Jesus talk. I think they understand their obligations now. We will deal with the penalties that I'm sure will be coming. But we're here to request the hearing board to give them the throughput that they need, that if they'd had the information available at the April 3rd hearing, they would have requested at that time. And they have, I believe, made good strides in improving the financial condition, but as Mr. Dozier said, they still need to grow the business to pay for all this. The project is on track. They have been able to accelerate the project so that it seems now that the RTO will be installed and be ready to be fired up on September 17th, which is a month ahead of the date that had been originally approved in the order for abatement. And we think that, or we would hope that the hearing board would recognize that keeping this business as a viable business, keeping the employees employed, and moving this project forward is a valid and proper exercise of its discretion. And you've heard assurances about how they understand what their obligations are if this order is issued. And I don't know what else to say other than this is necessary in order to keep the business operating and get this project completed so that they can be in full compliance with the district requirements. And I think they have done everything they can in terms of moving the project forward to do that. And we hope you'll let that continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pereira?
As I said at the beginning, this is a very tough one, just because, and we heard the testimony today confirming that they didn't even have the systems in place to comply with the order, and didn't even notice that they were violating the order for a month. And even going forward, it doesn't sound like they yet have the systems in place to ensure compliance with that daily throughput limit. The limit is now being raised, so the chances of them violating it are probably, reduced significantly. But it's very, very difficult, in these circumstances. I mean, the emissions are going up, and I don't know, it's very difficult. I go back to, the first time we were here, it came down to, 300 jobs at the facility, and to, that it's not toxics, it's VOCs, but VOCs are important too. And it's going to be a couple of months. I'm glad that they're moving up that final compliance date by 3 weeks. It would be nice if it could be done quicker, but it doesn't sound like they can do much more than what they're promising. It is my fear and my hope, I don't know which better describes it. I'm afraid of increasing these limits and then having them come back to say we can't make the deadlines, and then it gets to go on longer, and that's just, we're getting dragged along a path that, is problematic. So I hope that you truly believe that you can meet these deadlines, because if you can't meet these deadlines, I don't think I would go along with any further modifications to this order for abatement. But for today, I guess I will not oppose their request for a modification based on the jobs that are there, and that it's not toxics. I would request some modifications to the proposed findings. First of all, with respect to all of the notifications in the order part of it for in conditions 3, 4, 5, 10, and 11, there is a new inspector that has been assigned to the facility, so I'd like that name changed to Peter Taylor. Campbell, I'm sorry, Peter Campbell. I apologize. And then I think the emissions paragraph 3, on page 4 also has to change. We could keep, in terms of excess emissions, the SOx, NOx, CO, PM10 information the same as it was in the April 3rd order. And then for the VOC emissions, change the pounds per day to the information that's reflected in Exhibit 4. And you would have to actually combine the line 2, oven 2 emissions of 18.6 pounds and 28.5 pounds. I think the total would be 47.1 pounds. And then I suppose in the order, we dealt with it a little bit last time, but now it just even seems, it just doesn't seem appropriate on page 7 in condition 2 to say Gold Coast shall minimize excess emissions by taking the following actions, because I'm not sure these are minimizing excess emissions at all, and maybe we should just say Gold Coast shall limit production by taking the following actions.
No objections so far.
And Ms. Pereira, on 1E,
1E. What about 1E? I'm sorry.
it said her testimony is September 15, the Monday following, they can complete commissioning of the RTO by that date.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking. And I'm sorry, what was the question?
Oh, did you want to change that date?
The September 30th date?
Yeah.
They now saying September 6th, right?
The commissioning, I don't think will be complete, but it will be started up probably on the 17th. So, I mean, if you want to put up in there that we expect it to start on the 17th, right?
Fine.
That they shall commence operation of the RTO by September 17th.
So that, as I understand it, there's usually commencing operations, but then there's some period of tuning and testing that I guess we refer to sometimes as commissioning that takes place once you turn the equipment on. So are you proposing to add an additional condition that they'll start operation of it by September 17th?
I would propose Gold Coast shall commence operation of the RTO on no later than September 17th and complete commissioning of the RTO by September 30th.
Okay. That's acceptable.
The complete commissioning is September 30th.
Yeah, at every phase.
We have to expedite these changes, or you're going to lose a member.
Inspector.
Okay.
Board members, the senator needs to leave. We need to make a decision right now. We need to fully deliberate. Should we come back on Thursday and finish deliberations, or can we stay? We need to fully deliberate.
At this point, you may have to come back on Thursday for me, because I'm going to have to leave.
What?
I can stay.
Well, either one, we lose a board member and then we have to have a unanimous decision, or... Okay, we'll take the risk then, we'll continue. Ms. Pereira, I guess you'll have to leave if you need to, Senator.
I did have Mr. Cannon indicated to me, once it's all complete, I know they got the punch list, but they have to have a city inspector come out and certify everything's ready. If they get delayed, which when I remember remodeling my house, sometimes it took them a while to get out there. So if we could say, start it up immediately after the, approval of the final inspection, something like that.
So are you proposing to change a particular condition? Like, is it 1B that you're, or
It'd be 1E.
1E?
Commence operation of the RTO following City of Santa Ana inspector approval and complete commissioning by September 30th.
that's acceptable.
Okay, Ms. Pereira, did you have any more of your closing?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, board members, I'd like to maybe hand it over to begin discussion to Ms. Byrd. But before I do that, I know we're running late, but since we're finishing the hearing today, I wanted, if you could all indulge me, today is the last hearing for Board Member Byrd. Ms. Byrd has served this board incredibly well for the last 9 years. Ms. Byrd has had incredible insight into how we look at cases. She has been exceptionally thorough and very well balanced in every one of her deliberations, and she will be very missed from this board. And I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you publicly for your service to this board. However, she will be going on to incredible new things in her life, and we wish you all the luck and love for that. So I just wanted to take that opportunity because I know it's going to get a little crazy when everyone leaves, since we're a little over the time. So thank you for your service. And with that, I just thought you might want to begin deliberation.
I can begin. I won't take long. This is really one of those cases where you have in your gut, you have to decide whether or not what was presented and as to why things, for instance, were the throughput was exceeded, or do we really believe that this is going to happen, and all those things, and weigh those things. And I weigh those things with the idea that there are 300 employees at this facility. I weigh those things with the idea that the reason that we're here is because there was a backlog and permitting with the district and some time ago, and now they're catching up. And so for me, I would say that I can find good cause to issue this. I would like to extend it. I would like to increase the throughput. I think that the fact that we're cutting 3 weeks off, when we are cutting 3 weeks off the end, kind of balances out the idea that maybe there might be a few more emissions over that period. We're talking about being done in September. It's only a few more months from now, and I think that and my gut says that I can find good cause to issue this order.
I struggle a lot more. I think we're talking about significant VOC emissions. When we talk about if it were controlled and we were in compliance, 95% controlled, those VOC emissions are extremely significant in my mind. I also struggle because I think we heard a very different case, unfortunately, at the last hearing when this order was put into effect, and we have seen significant violations because of an error. I understand it was an error, but it was a very significant error, and unfortunately, there was more than an error because there was no way to really know, or no effort was put into how do we figure out in a timely manner so that it matters what daily throughput we're putting through here. And I don't have a lot of trying to have confidence that these new limits will be adhered to, and in particular those monthly limits, because I do think 30,454 pounds in any one day is much higher than anything we've even seen, even on a peak day. So I don't think that will be exceeded. Maybe, but I don't think so. But the 363,990 pounds, I'm a little less clear on. So I'm very much struggling. I do see the 300 employees. And I do believe what's consistent with what is consistent with the last hearing is Mr. Dozier's statement that, in fact, we had to see growth. Question is, we did not anticipate, when we put this order in place, it wasn't what we're seeing today. And it's very significant, so I'm struggling. Ms. Byrd and then Mr. Balagopalan.
If they, it's really either a matter of if you completely shut them down or allow them to continue. They won't be able to do this if they don't have the income or the revenue to put their air pollution equipment in place. And they've made the purchase. That's really all it boils down to is will we allow it so that they can come into compliance to continue at a higher rate, or if we don't allow it, then they may never come into compliance.
Mr. Balagopalan.
Yeah, I think Mr. Dozier had indicated the last time and this time that they needed the higher throughput to get the revenue to go, and I think that's what we are seeing. But and also I think Mr. Cannon, I believe Mr. Cannon, when he said he made a mistake, had they given the right amount at that time, we probably would have included that in the order that what they asked, that limit income from the district, or I don't know if initially did, and I think that's what they presented, and we accepted it. My concern then and now is the period of time we're giving this company, and is there unfair business competitive advantage we're giving to somebody else who has to put the system in place, and when the permit is issued, and not come in and say we got hardship, we want to run it, but we won't put it until until we have the money to do it, but we want the permit and we want to run the unit, which is, that's where I have a hard time with that. But I am glad to see that at least it can be accelerated by 3 weeks, if not sooner. I think any effort they can make towards getting into compliance with the RTO sooner than September 17, I think it's something that they should strive for, even if they have to spend some additional money to make that happen. So I think the longer that and the emission, excess emission, the engineer calculated is based on a worst case east. So based on their production data, it's about half of that. I'm not saying it's not significant, but it's a worst case, and that's how we have to go with. But the day-to-day, it varies, and it's not that as high as what has been estimated.
Thank you, that's helpful to me. Senator.
You hear the message loud and clear. This is buying you more time, that's all it's buying you. The schedule has been established, stipulated to, you shall or you will comply, or you fall off the cliff. Is that clear?
Yes, it is.
Very clear. So the district is saying they give you a little latitude here. Compassion. You have to comply. All right. Go ahead.
I'll just, okay, thank you all. I'm going to, like Ms. Barrera, even though I did voice my serious concerns, in the end, I do think we don't want to shut the company down. However, I do want to be very clear that even if I make a motion, which I think I'm about to do, I will find it very difficult should there be any seeking of additional modifications of this order. So unless there's more discussion, I could go ahead and just make a motion. In the matter of SC AQMD versus Gold Coast Baking Company, Inc., case number 6137-1, I move that based on good cause, as just discussed, that we modify the stipulated order for abatement as requested with the changes that were stated by Ms. Barrera and agreed to. We'll try to go over them very quickly. But the changes as are or the modifications that were requested as are shown in Exhibit E. And we would make the changes starting on page 4, number 3, with regard to excess emissions to reflect VOC as is found on Exhibit 5, and to leave those numbers that are crossed out for SOx, NOx, CO, and PM, leave them as is, I believe is. We will make any changes necessary to reflect what actually was testified to, so that's just leaving open that perhaps some of the findings might change, but the order will only change as follows. The inspector, that is stated throughout, the order will change to Mr. Peter Campbell and Mr. Peter Campbell's email address. Also, 1E on page 7 of Exhibit E will change to Gold Coast shall commence operation of the RTO immediately following the City of Santa Ana approval and shall complete commissioning of the RTO by September 30th, 2019. Number 2 will be changed to read Gold Coast shall, instead of minimize excess emissions, shall limit production by taking the following actions. I think those are all the changes. Was there any other changes? Okay. And that completes my motion. Is there a second? Mr. Balagopalan seconds. Any discussion on the motion?
Aye.
Okay, Senator votes yes, he may leave. Ms. Byrd?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Balagopalan?
Yes.
I vote yes, motion passes 4-0. Okay, thank you all.
We're not adjourned. I just wanted to say thanks to the staff here that I have enjoyed myself immensely. You guys, I wish they were all in here, but always supportive, always follow through. Haven't had any issues. Well, yeah, maybe one. But anyway.
Let's not cut it short. I wanted to say that, but while everyone was here, but now the senator's left, so I want you to take as much.
No,
time as you
I,
want.
especially the clerk of the board. I have appreciated all of them, those who are gone, Peggy, Sandra, and those who are still here, always supportive, and I appreciate it so much. I have appreciated my time here. It has been enjoyable most of the time. Not all of the time, but enjoyable most of the time, and hopefully, well, anyway, I had two of the best chairpersons that you can have, Mr. Camarena and Ms. Prusak, and I good luck, Ms. Prusak. That's all I have to say.
I also want to say, I know that all of the district council that have appeared have really appreciated the common sense and practicalness and just the clarity you bring to discussion of issues. It's always helpful to all of the discussions that we have, and you make it understandable for facilities, I think, to understand issues. You're always respectful to everyone who appears here, and that is so very greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for stating that.
Yes, and I mean, I can't say it any better than Ms. Prusak and Ms. Barrera have said. I've appreciated every hearing that I've been in before you for just those reasons. I always know we're going to get a fair hearing. You're going to ask piercing questions and cut right to the heart of the matter, and I always try to prepare my witnesses to be able to respond to those. But you've been just a wonderful, wonderful board member. I don't know of anyone who could have asked for anyone better. I think I told you that earlier, but I wanted to say it again in public because I really believe it. You were just fantastic.
It's been an honor, and thank you for teaching all of us.
I'm just about to take off and go do some wonderful things. So, all I can say, I need to stop. There are times in your life where you're not really sure what direction you should take, and sometimes you allow the situation to make that decision for you. And I kind of tried to do that this time because I really wasn't sure what direction to take, and I think that it turned out to be for the best. So, thank you.
Ms. Burt? would you like, oh, did you, I'm sorry. Ms. Bird, would you like to, as vice chair, adjourn today's meeting?
This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Job well done. Tell him how splendid you are.
Best of luck.
Pleasure.
We'll keep on you.
Next time you're coming by, give me a ring beforehand and give you a progress report.
Yeah, we'll definitely want to, definitely make sure you guys keep to it.
Yeah, we'll share with you
wanna
how
make sure
we're,
that
I
the
think it'd be
board,
worth sharing with you some details about how we're looking at the schedule and
Great, great.
the rest of the construction projects.
Because, I mean, we don't want the board to get.
Thanks.
All right,
Yeah,
thanks.
I don't ever see you again, kind of thing.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Keep in touch. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your time.
There will be penalties. I'll be in touch with you. We'll talk about those. Payment plans, but you should expect something substantial. Okay? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. 10 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Curtis.
Job well done, Curtis. Thank you.
All right.
So I want to talk to both of you just for a second if we could. Before he gets away.
I have,